Starlink mission. I got some fuel in. We got some commodities in the propellant tanks here. We're good. We're good. And let's make some planes today in Kerbal. Let's do this. I want to see the Octograbber deploy, don't we all? All right. So the next launch here, let's see. Next one would be the next attempt for the H3 rocket out of Japan. That's on Sunday, because of course it's on Sunday, at 8:30. And then after that, we have Relativity Space with Terran 1. Good luck, have fun. Yeah, that name's on purpose. And then another Starlink next Thursday. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, let's jump back into Kerbal, shall we? Are you going to attempt the KSP Weekly Challenge? What's the KSP Weekly Challenge? Yeah, that's right, Laz. Uh-huh. FOD is a hell of a thing. Wait, Sawyer, what is that? Customer left a rag in the air box. Oh. Yeah, okay. An air-launched rocket, huh? Cassieri, Ferrari. Cosmic Girl at the slam? I prefer the Joe Sutter approach, Litho. Yeah, let's go with the Joe Sutter approach. Let's just make a plane and then make it able to launch things like that. Is that a good idea? Sorry. Have to pull the engine to replace the turbo. Yep, sounds like a Mercedes to me. Stratton Bits level, build a bridge to Lathe. Nice. Check out these numbers. SpaceX is now averaging one launch every 4 days, 1 hour, and 36 minutes. Yeah, okay. I'm thinking. Did you see the F1 free practice today? Yeah, see you. I didn't see it, but I heard. Interdasting. The wings on this plane, Jazos, don't wobble. So this is the plane that I made the other day. John Bro. I'll think about making a straddle launcher. I'll think about it. This cockpit is very nice. Also, they forgot Mark III cargo bays? No, not at all. Kind of wanted to go and explore Kerbal today, guys. You didn't like the Alonso gift? No, I saw it, dude. You know what? Let's we'll start up with a nice flight down to the fjords. It's a weekly challenge, plenty of time to do it. No, Raj, I didn't. Start with a nice trip down to the fjords here. Alright, Sawyer. Well, actually, we gotta see if they're even still there. It looks like they might be. There was a bunch of islands down here in KSP 1. Let's go see what's down there. Jeez, Yarg. Yeah, Ordon, that KSP1 has the same controls, dude. You can trim stuff out. Yep. What I really want to do is get into... I want to see if we can stack procedural wings on top of each other so I can make flaps for the plane. And not just have one wing with a control surface like out on the very end. It's supposed to kind of look like that, MC. It's kind of a cross between like a BAE 146 and a Globemaster. Yeah, sneaky, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't like that. Yeah, it does not like that. Just, that's good to know. We'll keep going with the... Whoa. We'll keep going with the flight, but we'll hit revert to make sure we get John Bro back. Yep. The clouds aren't very optimized right now, but dude, it still gets the point across. That's pretty freaking cool, man. Yeah, Buzz. You could do all that stuff, dude. Yeah, hey, man. Morning. My head feels... I feel okay today. I'm not... I thought I was going to get a hangover, but no, it didn't happen. Nice, good shower. I'm good to go. How you doing, man? Yeah, KSP, you can build anything. Like, I built this plane. You get a bunch of parts, you get a bunch of engines, and you throw stuff together. You can build rockets, you can build planes, you can build whatever. What happened last night? Dude, last night's stream got a little weird. Weird. Last night's stream, so... if you guys have ever watched, Silicon Valley, so the gentleman that plays Richard Hendricks, so Thomas Middleditch, he streams on Twitch, and I raided him after we were playing Kerbal, but before Crew 6 docking coverage. And then, so I watched him for a little while while I was eating lunch at like 9 p.m., don't ask. And then I came back to stream the Crew 6 coverage, and he raided me again, and that, dude, it got wild. It was fun, man. That was a good time. Where'd you wake up today? I woke up in my bed. Dude, he is disgustingly good at RP, Malachi. Like, it's... I'm like, damn, dude, you're really good at this. But then again, also, I mean, he's like a classic improv trained actor. So, yeah, of course. But also, damn, he's good at it. Yeah, that's right, Sam. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Dude, yeah, he streams on Twitch, so I rated him just cold turkey yesterday, and dude, yeah, no, that guy is cool. Middleditch is a cool dude. I was like super happy that we did it. An actor, Le Bohème. It's an opera. Yeah. Who streams from Silicon Valley? The guy that plays Richard Hendricks, Beer Chug. Yeah, so it's Thomas Middleditch. Yeah, I rated him yesterday. He does GTA RP, and he does improv GTA RP, and it's not GTA, Red Dead Redemption RP. It's so good. Really friggin' funny, dude. Dude, I laughed my butt off. Yeah, so I rated him cold turkey yesterday, and yeah, no, he likes planes. Guy's a freaking pilot. He's instrument rated. I'm like, really? SpaceX tweeted that 51 pieces of sky trash have been deployed. Ah. Jim, tell me you hate them without telling me you hate them. Yeah. Dude, he's damn good RDRPer. Like, real good. So, yeah. He rated, and we were just all having a good time. It was fun, man. It was a fun stream. Link to his channel. I'm flying a plane. Tessa, can you get a link to Middleditch's channel, please? So Guilfoyle was your favorite character? Yeah, that's what the frick I do. Oh, thanks, S. Appreciate it. Love it when you did the quote with the actor in chat. Yeah, really, really, really good stuff, man. Good times. Alright, well the fjords are here. It's just a big bay. Oh. We might need to build a base down here eventually. Martin Starr is that guy's name. Hammernails, I think. Submarine base? I mean, you could make subs in Kerbal 1, Nebs. Yeah. Buzz, that's the other thing, dude, if you're still here. You can make anything in KSP 1. You can make boats if you want. You can make boats, you can make submarines, you can make airplanes, you can make trucks. That's my favorite part. That's one of my favorite things to do. I like making trucks. You can make airplanes, you can make whatever. Yeah, dude. Now, they haven't finished the buoyancy physics in KSP 2, so building anything, any watercraft doesn't really work too well right now. But dude, we made all kinds of nutty stuff. Yeah, I made all kinds of planes, dude, anything. They did add the boat dock. Yep. Yeah, dude, this game's nuts, man. Alright, so I just wanted to take a quick flight with the plane down here to the fjords. So in KSP 1, this is a bunch of like islands, right? There's a bunch of islands inside of this bay. There's no islands in here. Do you have any cool things out of orbit in Kerbal? With the state of the game right now, Buzz, there's not anything good in the save, dude. KSP 2 just came out the other day, so it's super rough right now. I did send out a mission to Mars and built this gnarly, like, big mothership. But yeah, I've been doing a lot of space stuff lately. I have not messed with the plane editor yet, so I kind of want to do that. Are you gonna stream KSP 1? Hey, yeah, we'll probably go back to playing KSP 1 at some point, dude. Like, I wouldn't rule that out. My city by the bay. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is the flapping still a problem? No, I trimmed the plane out. We're good. There's trim in KSP, guys. KSP 1 and 2. You can trim the plane out. Note that I haven't been flying with SAS on. I don't need that. You're last. Well, what you want, mate? I've never seen you make a sub. Did I just miss it? I never made a submarine for KSP Rec, but you can. I never did it, though. Never got around to it. If you want KSP trucks, check this out. What's that, Ernst? No way. No way. No way. No way. You copied Dorothy. You copied Dorothy. Bro, the brick nose dude. Oh my god! Who did this? Who did this? This is dope, dude. You guys see that explosion? We got cows. We got cows. Oh my god. That's so good. Link? Oh, or let me link this up. Oh my goodness. You Raven Shadows on Reddit. That's excellent. The brick nose Ford makes my day, dude. That's so good. Dude, and they got the Dodge Ram. Oh my goodness. They got this smooth body Dodge Ram with the Cummins, baby. 6BT Cummins for days. Yeah, Panther, you see that? Oh my goodness, dude. You gotta be kidding me. Brick nose Fords, man. Now that's a truck. Is that an OU hat on the Kerbal? That's what I saw, dude. What were those circle things underneath the front of the truck? So, Rec, I think that there's heat shields and landing gear down there. I'm not sure why the heat shields are there. But it looks like they made wheels that look right, and then they put it on landing gear, and these things have jet engines underneath. But dude, freaking Dodge Ram, that's great modeling. It looks exactly like it. I knew exactly what that was. And then the brick nose Ford and the GM van. So that's a Dodge Ram. That's an F-250 bay. That's a GMC box van, like A-Team style. And that's a GMC school bus. Dude, what? Just when you think like, no, nobody can do that in KSP. Somebody freaking does it. Wait a minute. Wreck. Hold on a second. Watch the suspension. It's suspension. Look! The back of the truck squatted down. And the wheels go up and down. Look, 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 look! What the frick? How the... How the heck did they... How did Raven do that? I'm not even mad. That's amazing. Yeah, the wheels aren't moving, but they're bouncing around. That's gotta be what those heat shields down there are for. That's gotta be it, dude. That's so cool. Yeah, it's gotta be bendy tech, right? Oh, that's so dope, dude. Do you have your joystick working in KSP2? I'm flying with keyboard and mouse. Alright, let's see, how does Fizz Warp work? Can we Fizz Warp the plane? Dude! Fizz Warp works great! Look at this! Yeah, Jack, I think you're right. EJ, can you make a plane that can fly around Kerbal at least one time all the way around? I have made one in the past, Alpha. Alpha, were you here for the K90 project? Yeah, dude, no sketchiness with Fizz Warp, guys. Yeah, no, it flies like we're fast forwarding. You know what I'm trying to say. That's cool, man. This is a game changer, dude. That we can Fizz Warp the plane. Which one was K9? I was away for a year. Yeah, I know. I haven't seen you. The K90, dude, and, you know, I'm just going to see if we can just Fizz Warp and go. The K90 was a frankly ridiculous project that we worked on in KSP. Here, it's in here somewhere. So I made a blended wing airplane out of wings. It's a blended wing using wing tessellation. So I basically put a bunch of triangular wings together to make a complicated blended wing body shape. I'm trying to find it. There it is. Look at that. It's a 5-meter cargo bay, and this thing can haul 18 tons all the way around Kerbal. And it's also a seaplane. You can land it in the water. That's one of the gnarliest projects we've ever done. The freaking tail opens up so you could drive cargo in. That was an insane project. But yeah, we made the wings out of a bunch of triangles, and we used tessellation to make complicated shapes. We could do this again, fellas. Only we could do it with procedural wings. I can do procedural wing tessellation. That's kind of what I want to try today, if you guys don't mind. I want to see how ridiculous we can get with the procedural wings and how good the game is going to be able to understand it. Mind? Yes, I mind. Oh, alright, sorry. Echo Juliet Sierra Alpha 154, turn right, heading 090. Echo Juliet Sierra Alpha, turning right, heading 090. What happens if you try to load a KSP-1 ship into KSP-2? Maybe ChatGPT could convert it. I don't know, big dog. KSP-1 is using craft files. KSP-2 uses JSON files. But I'll tell you, the JSON files are really freaking cool. You can copy and paste from one craft file to another using Control-C, Control-V. I'll show you in a second. Are you using a joystick? No, Fritz, just mouse and keyboard, dude. Oh, okay, Shy. Yeah, Geese, can you believe that? Okay, resetting trim. Taking ourselves off fine control here. Echo Juliet Sierra Alpha. Or Tower, this is Echo Juliet Sierra Alpha, requesting permission to land. Tower, or Echo Juliet Sierra Alpha, this is Tower, cleared to land, runway 27L. How can I see thrust to weight? In the editor cards, it's a thing that's down here. It's the engineer's report. It's behind where I am. It's like right here. Should be on your screen. What happened to crewman 3? Nothing. This is KSP2, Carts. We're in the KSP2 directory, right? Yeah, we are. Okay, cool. EJ154, you're cleared to land runway 27 left. How long should control surfaces be in general? I never know how long or how narrow to make them. Oh, Doom, I can teach you that. Easy peasy. Yeah, it looks like the flying through the cloud optimizations are not there yet, but the clouds are there, and that's kind of what's important. Can I see it in KSP1? What do you want to see, Carts?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Corgan67, welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Thanks, buddy. Thrust to weight ratio. Oh, in KSP1? Yeah. Click on the stage menu. Click on the stage menu. It'll show you UTWR. Absolutely. Yeah, guys, just because I'm in KSP2 directory doesn't mean that I won't be able to tell you how to play KSP1. I've played that game way too much to not be able to know, like, anything and everything about it. I haven't experienced a runway sim yet, Hypersonic. No. Okay, I'm just going to trim the plane out a little bit here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Carts. Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. Echo Juliet's here, Alpha 154. This is Tower, turn left, heading 270. Arrive straight in, runway 27 left. Copy, Tower. Is that your intended cruise speed? No, I'm trying to bring her down, Aqualux, but changing the angle of incidence on the back control surface really made this thing fly a lot better. I mean, that's probably why the Globemaster and the Galaxy have variable AOI on the elevators. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Around 5 degrees. So, Doom, what you're talking about is like how much do you want the control surface to go, how big the control surface has to be. That really depends on the moment that you need to have over the vehicle. Can you hotkey a stage? You can action group it, sure. It really has to do with what the control surface is doing. I always make the elevators on the plane have a lot of, make the elevators big and have a lot of deflection. So deflection is how much the control surface moves. So that's a lot of deflection. That's 30 degrees. The elevators should be pretty wide. But here, I can get into like plane dynamics and stuff here in a second. Let me land this sucker. This plane needs flaps, dude. I gotta figure out a way to put flaps in this thing. It's dope, Hypersonic, isn't it? Yeah, remember to revert so we can get John Bro back. Alright, you're down. See how I have to feather the elevators constantly? That's what the flaps would be doing right now. A real good tip with planes, guys, is you shouldn't really want your control surfaces to make the plane fly. You shouldn't be using the control surfaces to get the plane to fly correctly. The plane should naturally want to fly correctly with the control surfaces kind of dead stick. Now, don't get me wrong. Plane needs to be constantly corrected because you're flying through a fluid medium. You're flying through air, so you need constant corrections. Like, obviously with wind and whatnot, right? But you should be able to overcome that with just a little bit of trim. But you shouldn't want to, like, have to pull all the way back like that to get the plane to fly right. That means you need tweaking. And I can get into that when we go back in the VAB. But see, I don't have flaps, so I have to constantly feather the elevators here. I might be able to trim it. Let's give it a little bit more trim on the elevator. How do you yaw on this plane? I have a rudder, Carts. Hey, got a little rudder. My rudder really doesn't have a lot of deflection though. We are not on the center line. Someone's gonna get pissed at me for this. I find that you really don't need a lot of rudder if you design the plane, if the plane is designed really well. Like, guys, there's kind of convergent design when it comes to airplanes. Like, have you noticed that like Cessnas and Pipers and Beechcraft all really kind of have a similar design? You know, I get it. There's like the Beechcraft Bonanza with like a V-tail, right? And the Cessna has the wing on the top, and Pipers generally have the wing underside. But it's more or less the same deal, right? That's there's a reason for that, because there's really only one good way to, not a good way, but you gotta fly through a physics, like, there's really only one good way for physics to work, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, reset trim. Bring the nose to, ooh, jeez. That's a pretty good landing. Yeah, Aqualux, messing with the AOI on that really made it fly nice. How do you work out your stall speed? In Kerbal, Joe? Test it. In KSP, how do you work out the stall speed? Test it. Induce a stall. See what happens. Stoppy bonus. Wait, why are my... Is that supposed to be like that, or... I don't... Call the Bondulins chat. I'm having a stronk. All my friend know the plane that rides low. We got the switches. We got the switches. Actually, you know what? Something that you can do in KSP1, dude, you can get the switches going. Watch. Switch off auto suspension. No damper, right? And then take the spring. And just mess with the spring strength. Move it back and forth. That's basically doing exactly what the switches do on a car with the hydros on it. Boom, boom, boom. Ba-doo-ba-doo, boom, 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 boom. Ba-doo-ba-doo, boom, 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 boom. Ba-doo-ba-doo, boom, boom, boom. Ah, shoot, here we go again. Rolling Heights, ballless country. Can a real plane do this? No. What do you think about the FPS in the game? Ah, Fritz, Kerbal's rough. Kerbal 2 is rough right now. It's gonna get better, dude. They're gonna optimize around it. I ain't worried. I'm not worried at all. Where's the recover button? Hit escape and then just hit recovery shellcode. So, all right, this is decent. This is a decent plane, but we must go deeper. We must go deeper. It'd be funny if you overclocked that with a controller. The suspension strength, Chris? Yeah, we could actually make the... Dude, I'm kind of convinced that a plane could bounce like that. I mean, they bounce on landing all the time, right? I'm kind of convinced that you could probably bounce. You could probably do that with the plane, and it's probably not going to be that big of a deal. I just wouldn't, like, it'd probably be okay, but honestly, that every time you would bounce the plane, you're fatiguing the aluminum. So every time you bounce the plane is like a hard landing for the aluminum. And if you've ever, like aluminum, if you've ever had like a soda can, right? And you pull the tab, it breaks after like 4 or 5, with the tab on the soda can. Aluminum does not like to go through load cycles like that. You got to be very careful. Planes are the same way. That's why after a certain amount of hours, they retire airframes because, yeah, the wings bend a little bit every time you take off, right? And the gear gets fatigued a little bit every time you land, right? So after a certain amount of hours on an airframe, like, you're just like, yeah, bye-bye. But I'm pretty positive that, like, you could make the thing bounce. It just, after a while, it would probably crack the plane in half. But you could have a plane with switches. Sure, why not? Yeah, I don't see why you couldn't. Like, there's no physics saying you couldn't, but you'd really hurt the airframe, and you'd probably piss off a lot of A&Ps doing that. Mike Patty, Scrappy can do that. Yeah, believe that, that's for sure. I work on planes, and part of the job is to settle the nose landing gear. Enough people pushing up on the tire, a plane comes off the ground. Yeah, Psychonax, for sure. Absolutely. The center of mass on an airplane usually is right over the big landing gear. These are the structural landing gear. That's the steering wheel, right? You don't, like with planes, you generally want your center of mass, or your landing gear to be right around the big center of mass so the plane can rotate easier, right? But here, you know what? We'll build one from scratch. Let's go. How about, what plane cockpits do we have in here? We have the Mark II. Could you make a V-tail? Carts, you can make anything you want. I'm serious. Literally anything. Now, KSP2 is kind of limited right now. Just on it's a little bit limited. But in KSP1, dude, you can build anything you want. If you can figure out how to get it to work, you could make a freaking board cube fly around if you really want. Alpha, you forgot to tell me you're finally a manufacturing engineer. Nice, dude. Playing Factorio in real life, are we? I can't click. That won't take me to the channel, because it tries to open up Discord on the browser app. Is it in the KSP2 sharing? You're a manual mill operator. That's cool, Alpha. What kind of mills you using? Hopefully you got some Bridgeport action, dude. That's cool. Alright, I don't know if I want this. I'm trying to build a hypersonic plane at the moment, but can't get anything that goes over Mach 4.7. But it's also stable on takeoff. Yeah. Yeah. Now you understand how ridiculous an SR-71 actually is. It's in the sharing channel in Discord. Give me 1 second, S. Copy. What do you want me to see here? Not bad, dude. Not bad. It looks like it borked up the procedural wings a little bit, but, oh, that sucks. That's nice, dude. Is this supposed to be a Sukhoi? Yeah. Cool, man. That's cool. Yeah, that's the other thing, fellas. You can just copy and paste the JSON text from the file. So, like here, I'll use S-Master's plane as an example. You go into Notepad here, right? Paste it, right? So there's the craft file, right? And then if you select all, copy it, and then go into KSP, click on the editor, and hit paste, it'll paste it. Craft file exchanging is literally 3 like keystrokes. Select the text, copy it, paste it in the editor. That is some of the gnarliest functionality I've seen. And that right there alone makes the KSP2 editor better than KSP1. Isn't that awesome, dudes? Right? Like, that's so good. That's the... Huh. Is there a website for sharing vehicles? Rec, I've been just using my Discord. My Discord has a channel in there, and if you want to go in there and... I put my, like, doing a transfer vehicle and stuff in there. Yeah, you could use the Discord. Jump in there. It was linked in chat, and, yeah. Like, the transfer vehicle that I was using the other day, you can jump in on that if you want. SDS with an upper stage. Supercraft... Hold on a second. Somebody linked me a picture that they found in the game files. My buddy Biff, he's a longtime viewer. He linked me a picture that somebody found in the GameCraft files. This is in Kerbal's... This is in Kerbal's, game files. But, interesting thing, Supercraft. Look at that vehicle on the left. That vehicle on the left is the concept art for right there. Where should the center of mass in thrust be? Karts, what kind of plane are you making, dude? Yeah, that's the concept art right there. And then that's blatantly a 747 over there, but... Yeah, that's the concept art. It's a shuttle with an SRB on the top. What was that in the back? That's a Delta 3 right there, Hypersonic? It's a Delta 3 with an SLS core stage underneath it? Yeah, that's Delta 3, but it's scaled up Delta 3. Here. Delta 3 is the red-headed stepchild of Delta rockets. It is a weird one. It's basically a Delta 4 upper stage on top of a cut down Delta 2 core. We don't talk about Delta 3. But Delta 3 is kind of the reason why I think I would say SLS is a Delta rocket. Because it was the first to test the Delta cryogenic second stage, which ended up being SLS's upper stage as well. It also says Save Ferris on there, yeah. Guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back 1 second, okay? I know I'm taking a lot of breaks today, but when we get back, I want to build a better plane. waste tanks evacuated. Beep, 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 beep. All right. So, let's build a better plane then. Whew. I'm not out of breath because I ran down to the house. I was out of breath because I was watching Cops, okay? Quick picture from space. 1073 for the OneWeb mission rolling to Slick 40. With the second stage attached. Thomas, you know what's bananas about that picture? Yeah, we don't talk about Delta 3, that's right. There you go, Panta. Whoa. Dude, tank recovery truck. Can I ask what's new in KSP? Oh, Drac, there's a bunch of new things. There's a bunch of new things that aren't implemented right now. Right now, it plays a lot like KSP 1. Thomas, you know what's bananas about this? That they straight up had to get the transporters back because there's so many Falcon 9s that need to be moved around. They literally need another transporter. Also, that's a military transport truck. That thing is designed to tow tanks around, dude. I wonder if it's Bile. Did you catch the name on the side of the truck? I wonder if Bile owns that thing. So SpaceX guys down at the Cape, they have a dedicated transport vehicle that's designed to move stages around. And literally because so many Falcon 9s are launching, they have to get other vehicles to try and move these things around because the transporter is already being used. Is that bananas? The transporter is actually it's ex-NASA, if you really want to know. Some pretty interesting history. I have a picture of the transporter that they use to move Falcon 9s around. Here's a picture of it in 1985, the Cometo. That's it at Vandenberg Air Force Base, moving Enterprise around at Slick 6. Shady, if you're here, then you know exactly where this is, right? Check this out. That picture was taken in 1985. This picture was taken in 2011. Same transporter. To move Atlantis around at the Cape. This is when they moved Atlantis to the KSCVC, Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. Now check this out. There it is moving Falcon 9 around. That same transporter. SpaceX bought it for nothing. And they use it to move Falcon 9s around. How is it moved to the East Coast? Rocket ship. Talon? Rocket ship. That's the ship that's owned by ULA, or it was the Delta Mariner before that, but yeah. How heavy is the shuttle and the Falcon 9? Falcon 9 stages are not nearly as heavy as the Space Shuttle. The Space Shuttle's over 60 tons. It is a heavy, 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 heavy boy. It's a heavy vehicle. But yeah, SpaceX is still using that transporter. That transporter is over 30 years old. And the crazy thing is that it can't move the Falcon 9s around fast enough, so they have to hire this thing is designed to move like bridge components around. That's what that transport vehicle is designed for. It's a big self-propelled transporter, and it's being pulled by a military surplus truck. I forget the name of that truck. I forget what it's called. It's not a Hemet, but it's that. Yeah, the Oshkosh 1070. That thing is a freaking chonker of a freaking vehicle. Look at it. It's pulling around that M88 in this picture. That thing that's a logistical truck. It's designed, it's like a 10-ton truck or something designed to move around tanks. Crazy, right? Actually, let's see. It's heavy. Unladen, it's 18 tons, and fifth wheel load is 20,000 kilos. GCWR is 104,000 kilograms. Yeah, that's okay. Okay. And it's got a Detroit. It's got a Detroit 8V92. Hell yeah. That thing probably sounds like pissed off bear when it's going. Yeah, one of those is pulling around a Falcon 9. It's supposed to pull tanks around. Yeah, crack your driveway pretty quick. Yeah, AOD, right? Yeah, if you don't have a road with a thick subgrade, man, that thing will leave freaking tracks. You sound like Cocaine Bear. Yeah, there it is, pulling it. What is that, an M48 or an M60? Crazy, right? Okay, I'm not going to ask questions. Anyway, one of those is moving a Falcon 9 around, by the way. You arranging a delivery? Oh, man, I love heavy trucks, dude. Heavy-duty trucks make me happy. I'm secretly 5, and I played with a lot of Tonkas as a kid. That should explain a lot. Abrams SEP-3 is pushing 75 tons. T-72's averages 45. Abrams are... And you know what's crazy, Bob? Abrams aren't even like the heaviest tank around. I think the heaviest tank around is the Merkava. Of the Israelis' tank, which is... That thing is... heavy. Alright. So... Should we mess with this plane? You know what? I think we'll build something different. So let's go new. Okay. What do we want for the cockpit? Do we want to use the shuttle? We could use a shuttle cockpit, I suppose. Really depends on how big of a plane we're building. Build something that can drive the Hemet around, so you can explore. Okay. Repost. If I recall correctly, the truck is painted to match SpaceX fleet, but it isn't SpaceX and was contracted. Blue Run's also one of them for New Glenn. Cool. Could I check your last? Okay, sure. Let me just, while I'm doing that, Oculus, I'm just going to move up in the chat. EJ, do you know if NASA do overrolls? Because if not, I'm going to buy 100 ones. I don't know. The biggest thing I see that people are missing that core aircraft design is this. Yep. Yeah, center of gravity, center of lift, and balanced tail loading. Yep. We can get into that in a moment here. Fugoid. Interesting. Upgraded challenge. I mean, well, Lego, the Merkava is a Challenger tank. It's modified from it, if I'm remembering correctly, dude. My military nutcase brain has not been doing that for a while, but... Could you make the big plane that was destroyed? An Antonov? The 225? Yeah. Oh, there you go, Voodoo Cat. The 225 would be a tough build. I kind of want to start off with something a little bit... I'm still getting used to procedural wings, guys. So I kind of want to start off with something a little bit less crazy, if you don't mind. The 225 would be a hardcore build. But we do, guys, once again, we don't need to make 5-meter fairings anymore for payload bays. We just have 5-meter payload bays, which means you can build a pretty hefty plane. The thing is, I'm not 100% sure how we're going to make, like, the back of the plane. I know what I want to make. I just changed my mind. I know what I want. I know what I want to make. No, this plane that I want to do is gonna be kind of my own design, but kind of not, but kind of my own design. But I know what I want. It's not a beluga, guys. You know what? I won't say. I'll just start building. You guys figure it out. You'll know it when you see it. Alright, so let's go into the left side view here. And I'm going to need the Quahog. All right, let's take this off this like that. Ready? Love orthographic views. No, it's not a 777, guys. Not a 777. You guys, I don't, and I'm not trying to be a jerk. I don't think you guys will get this one until I put the main structure of this thing together. An X1, it's a little big for that, don't you think? Somebody got it. I'm not gonna say who, though. It's not a 225, guys, no. Yeah. C-119. I want to build something like that with the 5-meter payload bay. So the boxcar is a very, very weird looking plane, but that'll favor the payload bay, so I could like have a plane that could land somewhere and then the back could open and we could drive stuff in and out of it. It's not going to be propeller driven. We're going to have to combine a couple of things. It's going to have to be like jet engine combination stuff here, but I think we can make something like that. I think we could get away with it. We'll do that for the first plane. That fairing is actually taking up a good deal of space. Maybe we should just use a regular adapter instead of a fairing. We'll see if there's any adapters that look okay. No propellers yet, Eric. No, not yet. What, no STOL bush plane? No. No bush plane. Alright, maybe... Can we do... I'll make a fuselage that's similar to what we just had. Actually, no. We could use Mark III there, and then... hold on. Alright, so it'll use a very similar fuselage to what we just had. But the tail, we're going to have to rotate that so it opens that way. Cool. By the way, that plane took off in 53 feet. Yeah, bush planes, man. Those bush planes are pretty neat. No thrust on the RCS. No probe core torque. It's an airplane. Doesn't have gyros in it, except for navigation, but that's another story. I would really like a Mark III plane cockpit, though, that's not the space shuttle. It'd be cool if we had like a 737 front and stuff. But who knows? Maybe they'll add something like that into the game. Oh, fellas, I did talk with some of the devs yesterday. After the Kerbal stream, they know about the physicsless part bugs, and they're trying to figure it out. But community feedback is what helped them figure it out. Double physicsless parts, the micro node, yeah. Good job, dudes. Seriously, you helped, like, legitimately. They were like, yeah, the community's going ham on trying to figure this stuff out. I'm like, yes. So good job. You guys You guys are helping. They're helping, dude. That was right from the devs, dude. They were like, yeah, they're, you know, we're focusing in on this stuff, but it's definitely the feedback that's helping. It must be overwhelmed with all the feedback, though. LaRucco, I honestly don't think that's that big of a deal. Their community lead, so their community lead, Mike's a good dude. Mike has a pretty damn good resume. So check this out. I mean, whoever hired this dude really knows what's good. So this is Mike. He's a community lead. Check this out. Look where he was in the past. He was a community lead for Warner Brothers and a community lead for Ubisoft. He's been the community lead for like multiple Rainbow Six releases, a game that's arguably insanely more popular than KSP. Mike can handle it. And I know he can handle it because I've been talking to him. Crazy, right? He's done like a bunch of Rainbow Six releases and stuff. Mike's good people. So, you know, you say like, oh, they might not be able to handle it. No. He can handle it. He had to deal with Ubisoft fanboys for a long time. I think we're good. KSP like seems like a huge downgrade. Oof. No, man. No, dude. This is I don't think so. I think KSP 2 is going to be big when this game really finds its feet. Oh my goodness, or landing legs, I should say. Ubisoft has fans. As we had a conversation about that. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, exactly, Grav. You had to deal with the Rainbow Six folks, which are... I've landed stuff on the moon, I've landed stuff on Minmus Ice King, I've landed stuff on Duna, and I've landed stuff on Ike. Yeah, we've already gone. And technically the sun. Today, technically we landed on the sun. That's right, Weed, exactly. That's what Mike was telling me. He said this community's a lot more civil than past communities I've worked with. I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah, we landed on the sun. And by that I mean we got 400 kilometers off the surface and the game ate my craft. We turned into a jet and flew into the sun like a boss. It's true. You know what? I'm doing it. Forgive me for what I'm about to do. Alright, so let's take the shuttle. You know what? I'm gonna change my agency colors. Actually, you know what? I like the SpaceX aesthetic. Let's keep with that. Store agency colors. But we should be able to go in here. And what happens if I switch the accent on this? Oh, we can't get rid of the tile texture, huh? Huh. What happens if we go with the metallic? Ooh, dude. Dude, it's got that starship aesthetic, though. Stainless steel shuttle? Yes, please. Yeah, the metallic looks pretty good, Gemini, right? Yeah, I'm wondering if we can get a way to toggle the panel texture off of the shuttle cockpit. That's what I mean, dude. I'd like a regular plane cockpit, not just the shuttle, but... Alright. We'll see if we can get fancy here. Alright, let's get fancy. Why not? Let's see where we can take this editor. So, an old school thing to do back in the day was to build a fairing for the front nose, and, ooh, hello. Build a fairing for the front nose, and then clip a Mark II cockpit into it. That was the old school way of doing things. So, Let me move the Mark II there, and then let's get a 375, right? 375 fairing. And move that out of the way for a moment. Let's go into the side view here and just make... What I want to do is take the nose and in side view, I just want to line up the nose right there. But it's behind it though, you know, so, but it is behind it all, you know, like we can make sure that Mick is doing the best job that he possibly can. You're fired, by the way. Okay. Fired? I'm not sure if this is going to work how we want. Well, we'll see. This is how we would do stuff in KSP. You take the nose, right? And then you just kind of clip it down. And you do something like that. But also, I don't know if I can stomach this because now the fairing is clipping into the cockpit. And we're going to see that every time we fly this thing. Alright. Nope. We'll just go with this. We'll just do that. How do you change the snap angle? F. To pay receipts. Is there a tinted windows option? I haven't seen anything like that, Shu. No. Downside about being able to see into the cockpits now is that clipping parts inside will be visible. Well, I use that to my advantage with Marvin, but yeah. Use it too, but automatically draws a fairing like that, or... Yeah, let's just use this. I'll use this for now. Maybe there will be a better plane cockpit in the game. I was really hoping KSP2 had a bigger variety of cockpits. Pop, call this one a gut feeling. I have a feeling there's more than what we see here. I have a feeling there's way more parts to the game than what we're seeing here. Just call it a gut feeling, okay? Call it a gut feeling. This game, remember, it's very, very, very much still a work in progress. What we have in the game here is the minimum viable amount of stuff. Just remember that. What are you working on in high? Synonymous, yeah, you figured out. I threw it in the title for you, buddy. But, yeah. I'm trying to mess with planes today. I want to see what we can do with the procedural wings. I agree, G. I think that's where we're gonna go. I don't think it's gonna be years, Fritz, either. Really, I don't. Yeah, Weed, I'm kind of with you. When career mode comes out, I think that's when we'll... Career and science mode, when that comes out, I think that's when we'll start really having some fun with the game. Like going mission mode and stuff. The EJ Kerbal IVA experience is staring right at a battery 2 inches in front of your face. Yeah, putting batteries next to the crew is fine, Astro. There's nothing wrong with that. Alright, so now we'll work on the interior of this. What I want is a way to egress back here, so... Oh, that was me. I fat-fingered the reroute key. Guys, I gotta be careful because I have a feeling that rerouting back to here, back to there, back to here, back to there, back to here, back to there will break craft files. I have a feeling. So, you know what I'm gonna do? Now that I know more or less what I want, I just gotta make sure that I don't fat finger the reroute key. Part reroute, we did confirm that it does absolutely mess things up. So you gotta be careful. So what I like to do is put a lander can back here, and that lander can will be a way for them to egress off of the flight deck. It's basically a door for back here. I like doing stuff like that. I think that's cool. Now we got to put a floor here because you don't want to walk around on a half pipe. So let me go into structure and we'll get the panels. That almost fits perfectly. Very nice. Hey, stop attaching to things. Or, I mean, fine, whatever. So I'm really designing this plane to be able to go out and explore KSC. I mean, we probably, or explore Kerbal, excuse me. We probably are going to want the plane to be able to take off in short distances. I'm not too 100% sure about making a flying boat now because right now because the water physics in the game are a little messed up. So, I mean, maybe we could just find a nice flat spot to land the thing when we go to do that and kind of roll from there. So left Alt S locks out. It shuts off the attachment nodes. Or at least that's the idea. I'm not sure what they were trying to do with that, but that's what it's supposed to do. In KSP1, it shuts off radial attachment. Yeah, they had it shut off node attachment. I know, dude. Yeah, no, it's definitely a little bit different, but hey, all good. One thing I absolutely do like, though, is how they put incremental zoom. So if you hold left alt with the scroll wheel, it zooms. You have a much more fine adjustment to zoom. That's really, really, really nice. I actually really like that feature. So, actually, you know what I'll do while I'm here? Let's get the hydrogen balls out. I use this for having my camera, so my camera can kind of focus on stuff in the background. So, like, if I focus on the tank back here, and we go in with incremental zoom, I can get get in and look at this stuff up close. That, and I would really like my world snap back. I really need world orientation snap to get this to work right. But I'm pretty sure... Actually, you know what? I probably should go tell them, just to be sure. Yeah, Pato, horizontal pan. We definitely need that back. But this does suffice for the time being. It's good enough for now. They know about three translate, rotate, reroute. They know about that. Honestly, Nate heard about that from me, Tim, Das, Scott, and Matt on the bus ride back when we first played KSP like 3 weeks ago. That was the first thing. He goes, so what do you think? And I'm like, dude, I was like kind of worried because I don't want to be like, no, I hate the editor controls because like you can't dolly shot the camera, right? I couldn't like... But I had to make sure that I'm not being an old fart about it either. Like, oh, it's not like KSP1, so it sucks. I don't want to be like that either, right? So, like, I was, like, kind of hesitant to say it. And then Das was like, fix it. Fix it. We need, like, I don't know if this feels right. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of agree with him. I kind of agree. So, yeah. We were constructive about it, but yeah, I told Nate, I'm like, dude, I didn't want to say anything because like I wasn't sure if I was being an old fart about it, like. But to be honest, the new editor controls aren't bad. One thing that I absolutely really like is middle mouse button focus. Focus view is something that I wanted in the KSP editor a long time ago. Like that's something I really, really, really wish we had. Being able to focus on different objects. This combined with the pan camera, like how you can move around the controls in KSP1 would be the ultimate. That would be the best. That would be the best editor. Yeah, I had to make sure I wasn't old man yells at cloud, Panta. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to be sure. So like I wasn't going to say anything because we didn't really have enough time to use the editor. Now don't get me wrong, like I can build stuff in the editor now. Especially with the balls behind it actually give me pretty damn good camera control. But yeah, if we had the SBH camera, that would be a lot nicer. Fuel is stored there. Exactly. All right, so... There we go. All right, where does our center of mass end up now? Yeah, the center of mass is a little bit far forward. Okay. Aqualex, yeah, and I don't mean just in the part variables, but in the translate rotate controls too. I want to be able to put useful number values for everything there's a slider for. Yeah, Aqualex, we believe it or not, like I don't want to keep sounding like a broken record. We did talk to them about that as well. We talked to them about that. Yeah. And they're like, okay, cool. Like, dude, they've been nothing but super receptive about this stuff, to be honest with you. Like, super open to criticism. They don't take it personally. They really don't. Even the people that gave them scathing freaking letters, they were just like, okay, cool. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you for the criticism. Like, they've been nothing but the utmost professional about it. And I'm like, dude, I'm like, wow, you guys are better people than me. I'd be pissed. I'd be like, hey, shut up. It's not finished yet. Go away. Have you checked if the Condor has RCS now? What is the the space shuttle? I have not. Those RCS... Here, hold on. Let's check. No thruster control in here. It does have monoprop on board, though. I don't think they work, though, or else we would have a thruster enabler. Dang. Well, that kind of sucks, but hey, whatever. It's alright. Alright, so we have a little cargo bay. We have a way to open up the back. I'm not sure how we're going to get cargo in and out of this thing, but you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, I suppose. I do like these nose cone payload bay things, though. That should have been in KSP1. Would have been an easy part to just belt out, but... Did we get a patch today? No, nothing yet, King. Nothing yet.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Maybe we shouldn't call it that. Cargo plane road. Now we'll call this the KA100. Kerbal atmospheric plane model 100. There we go. KA100. Would you be able to explain the control surface width thing? Sure, man. Yeah. I've got to build out a fuselage. I got to have something to balance the control surfaces around. So yeah, just if you could be a little bit patient with me, I got you, dude. We'll get this done. Dude, I love the 1950s paint everything chrome aesthetic. KA100 is a go-kart engine. Yeah, I guess it is, huh? All right, so where does our center of mass end up? All right, yeah, this thing has got a huge forward center of mass. We got to take the monoprop out. And I do not want RCS. I don't want probe core authority there. Okay, cool. Save. KA100. Len. Everything is chrome in the future. That pod is like 16 tons. Four? Or it's four. Or it's four. I can balance this out. Derp. I wish you could apply texture, not only colors, and go for colored metal too. So, Doom, I actually, funny thing is, I talked to them about that too. I asked them if changing the color is just plugging in basically color textures to the shader for the object, and that's basically what's going on. And I was like, well, if you can tell the shaders, if you can apply a color shader to this, right? You could apply a texture shader to it as well, right? And Nate was like, yeah, of course you could. I'm like, hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. You remember that one time we were talking about changing variable shaders on objects? You remember that one time? We should do that. That's a good idea. And he's like, yeah, okay, all right. These are great ideas. I'm like, yes, come to the dark side, my friend. Wait, what? Yeah, Doom, most games. So every game has, like, okay, guys, so everything that you model in 3D is going to be, everything that you model in 3D is going to be, like, gray when you model it in 3D. You have to apply texture information to it. You apply texture information through a thing called the shader. The shader, obviously you plug in the texture information to it, but you can, the shader also denotes, like, how the object is shaded. For instance, a metal shader would have higher specularity plugged into it. You'd have high specularity if it was like brushed metal like this, because brushed metal is super shiny, right? Or if it's concrete, you would have low specularity because concrete doesn't reflect light too much unless it's polished, right? But if you wanted polished concrete, you would put gloss on the shader as well. So the shader kind of denotes material information for how a part is. So like when we took if we take the color information out, all you get is just the metal shader, and the metal shader has super high specularity, right? That looks like aluminum. It looks like brushed aluminum because that basically is what it is. That's the shader already has that information plugged into it. If we could change shader stuff, guys, you could make this thing like Vanta black if you really wanted to. Like you could make it absorb all the light with 0 specularity, and it would look like a stealth fighter. But even so, like even if you painted this like black, right? It still is reflecting the light. See that? But if, you know, you wanted to make something look stealth, you would be able to adjust the specularity in the shader manager, and you would make it so it absorbs light. So it doesn't look like that. But see how when we switch it to brush, it has that same specularity, but it's showing up with the color modification too because we don't have an alpha channel. Not possible with the JSON file? I don't know. I'd have to go look. All right, so now let's work on the wing shape for this. So we're going to need a set of wings. So I kind of want to make this look kind of like a C-130, I guess. I want it to look kind of like a C-130 and a boxcar kind of combined into one, but we need to make it with jet engines, so it's going to look a little strange. The shader information, Yarg. I don't think that's anything in the JSON file, dude. Whoa. You built an EEL? Having an issue with fairing drag. Suggestions. I do not have the arrow completely figured out for this game yet. Yeah, Corgan, I don't think that we can... I don't think that you can change shader information through the JSON file. How you feeling today? I'm good, man. I'm good. You know, cleared out the digestive tract with some, you know, we're good. Nope. I'm all set, man. Yeah. My body do be like that sometimes. All right, so let's get wings here. Those wings look pretty cool, but yeah, see, we're going to need to make double fuselages going back. All right, how would we do this? How would we do this hierarchically? What would be a good way for Kerbal to understand it? Funny how the fuselage and tail are not on the same axis on this plane. Yeah, this is actually a really nice design. I'm not sure where Fairchild came up with this design, but... Oh, it's based off of the C-82. That's actually a really good way to do this. A really good way to make the plane. It's a little bit complicated building something like this. Like going all the way back like that. But they must have gotten it from... it has to be from like the P-38. They must have been inspired by the P-38s looking at these things. Because the P-38, as far as I can tell, the P-38 Lightning was the first plane to do this. First plane to do this kind of design. And the P-38 is a fantastic plane. First plane to incorporate turbo supercharging. Yeah. You see these little inlets on the back of the P-38? It's an intercooler. It's turbo supercharged. Yep. Kelly Johnson, man. Same guy that designed the SR-71. Came up with the idea for this plane when he was 28. 28 years old, comes up with just this plane out of nowhere. It's such a radically different design. The P-31 was one of the highest kill scoring planes in World War... Or P-38 was one of the highest kill scoring planes in World War II. P-38 shot down everything because they were so fast. The Armstrong Whitworth AW660. AW.660. Well, that's 59. The P-38 is from the late 30s, but dude, look at that thing. What a goofy looking plane. Serious, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. It's like a propeller 747. And the Mosquito. Yeah, the Mosquito and the P-38 are two of my favorite planes. Mosquito's awesome, dude. Stealth. First stealth plane. Fun fact. Yeah, silly, for sure. I wouldn't wonder. Yeah, the de Havilland Mosquito, man. I like, dude, I low-key like this plane. I think that's a cool-looking plane. I've never seen this plane before. It kind of has, it has the 747 vibe going to it, for sure. It's got a 7.4 vibe going on. I will say, if the fuselage went all the way back to the wing box right there, this plane would look really nice. But yeah. And he's still flying. I don't know. Nope. Nope. None fly. Antonov A40. Antonov A40. Oh, yeah. This thing. It's not the worst idea. I mean, it's up there. But it ain't the worst idea. Yeah, gigantic. This is a cool plane. I prefer the 323 though. Look at that thing. You want to see a weird one? Look at that plane. 323 is a strange boy. We make tank into plane. Sounds good, comrade. Spruce Goose is a good plane. The H4. Yeah, Enlighten. Yeah. So the Germans came up with the idea. It's the reason why it reminded me of that is because, you know, the Russians came up with an idea of using a plane to move a tank around quickly. And the Germans took... Willy Messerschmitt saw that and he took it to the next level. This thing is designed to move tanks around, but it was originally supposed to be a glider. And the glider didn't glide very well because it was so damn heavy. So the Germans were like, why don't we just put engines on this instead of trying to tow it with the plane? And they were like, oh, that's a good idea, Hans. We should do that. Yeah, it's good. So they did. And there you go. Your first strategic heavy airlift plane right there. I mean, the Spruce Goose, one could make the argument that the H4 was before this, but yeah, that's what it did. Yep. 6 engines, man. Look at ball turrets on the wings. Nuts, dude. Wasn't there a squadron that did night raids flying down valleys with their mosquitoes? Yep. Yeah, see? It's designed to roll tanks out of. Man, did they... Yeah, you say a lot of things, man. That's pretty right. That's the predecessor of a C5 all day. That's an interesting plane, dude. Alright. Anyway, let's get back to ours. Right, Sin? Yeah, the Ekranoplan. The Ekranoplan is very, very cool. Very cool idea. The problem is if there's choppy waters, you're not going to have a good day. Alright, how are we going to do this? I was thinking, you know, we might need to do some Kerbal trickery here. So, for when... Let me go back to the C-119. For this part right here, where the engine is mounted, or where the fuselage goes back, that part's got to be really strong. And we know Kerbal 2 is a little bit floppy right now, so... Yeah, we might have to do some trickery here, depending on how strong the wings are. So, we might have to 154 test this thing. So these need to be up here, right, for this type of plane. They need to be up top, and we need to make a wing box that is just really, really strong. Okay. Alright, so let's modify the wings first. We need... These wings don't need to be very long. They need to be stubby. And we need to set the wing angle to 50, like that. They need to be pretty thick. Damn, boy. Okay, 0.4. Tip length we need to set to 20 as well. Maybe they can be slightly smaller, like 15 or something. Yeah, that looks good. Tip thick. Set the same thickness as the outside there. And we don't want a control surface on this. Well, actually, we could put... Does that thing have flaps on the inner part? Where's the orthographic views of this thing? Every Wikipedia article should have that. Yeah, okay, there are flaps there. See that? There are flaps. So, but we could mess with this with procedural wings. Check this out. If I do flip the control surface on, now Doom, these control surfaces are going. This is a flap. This is not going to be used to control the plane. Flaps are basically a way for the wings to generate way more lift at the expense of drag. So with a plane, guys, you have kind of 4 forces that are going on here. You have lift, right? Lift is what lifts the plane that way. That's kind of important. Opposite of lift is gravity. So gravity's pushing you towards the ground. You have thrust that pushes you that way. And then you have drag that pulls you that way. Those are the 4 forces. You kind of have to get those things all in line. And it kind of you can find ways to counteract it. You can find ways to get around it if you know about balancing forces, all right? And ideally, those 4 forces should be balanced around your center of mass or the center of gravity of the plane. That's the ideal scenario. Some planes don't do that, all right? So I'll take a, how about this? The Barrier B200. Some planes don't do that. Some planes find elegant ways to do it. So the Barrier 200 is a Russian seaplane. It is a seaplane. Look where the engines are. It's got some PBY Catalina stuff going. Now, the reason why the engines are up there is because if you put them underneath the wing on a seaplane, they're going to suck in salt water, and you don't want your engine sucking in salt water. You don't want your engine sucking in any water, to be honest with you. Now, some planes, exactly, commercial planes don't really have thrust aligned with center of mass. They have center of lift on center of mass for the most part, right? That's the reason why you can't bring a bigger carry-on, right? That's the reason why you can't bring a bigger carry-on on a plane, because they need to balance around the center of mass. Most modern planes have forward and aft cargo holds. There's a structural component here that holds the wing together. You have a forward cargo hold and an aft cargo hold. The reason why they don't want you to have a bigger bag, the reason why your bag can't be heavier, the reason why they weigh it is because they have to place the bag strategically to make sure that the plane, you have 5 tons of baggage up here and not 5 tons, like a ton of baggage up here and a ton of baggage up here. And it has to be balanced. If you load up the nose of the plane with too much cargo, the plane will do a nosedive into the ground if you try to take off, because your center of mass moves in front of your center of lift. That force balance that I'm talking about is no longer in effect because your center of gravity is too far forward. Simultaneously, if you pack the rear cargo hold too much, I'm getting the picture up. If you pack the rear cargo hold too much, that happens. Yeah, yeah, so what happened here, guys, is the plane landed and they took all the baggage out of the front cargo hold all at once, and that happened. You can see all the baggage from the 737 is right there. They took all the baggage out of the front. It moved the center of mass too far back, and in this case, it moved it behind the landing gear, and, well, that's a really nice way to make a 737 tail dragger. Remember what I said a little bit earlier about fatiguing aluminum airframes? And how that's really bad for the plane? Well, yeah, that's not good for it. I don't know if you could tell. That's not good for the airplane. You don't want that. And you know what the messed up part is? That 737 is brand new. Oops. Whoopsie. Well, that's good. But yeah, you have to balance everything. Now, once again, somebody was saying, like, your center of thrust doesn't necessarily need to be aligned with center of lift, right? Or center of mass. Usually on a modern airliner, the center of thrust is below your center of mass. Now, the reason why The reason why it's below is because whenever your engines are going to be on, they're going to be on all the time. Modern airliners, what they do, and this is for better control over the plane, what they do is they can throttle the engines to keep the nose of the plane up. So that way, like for instance, if you're coming into land and you deploy the flaps, when you deploy the flaps on a plane, deploying the flaps generally creates negative pitch moment. So it makes the nose of the plane want to go to the ground. You can counteract that with the thrust. The thrust of the engines and the engines being below the center of gravity will make a leverage force that can counteract the downward nose moment of the airplane, right? And then your airplane flies like this. You ever notice how a plane, when it comes in for landing, it's just nose is always a little bit up, right? Comes right in, lands like butter. That's a convergent design here. Most planes are built like this because this is the nicest way to fly them. Very easy to land. I'm not going to say it's very easy to land a multi-engine airplane, but it's a very balanced, very, very straightforward design. That's the reason why plane design has not changed very much. If you look at, I mean, these are pictures of a 737 from 1968, right? If you look at a modern plane, like how about a A330, right? The design hasn't changed very much because that's a real nice way to do it. This is a really convergent design. That's the way to do it. Have your engines make a positive pitch moment, and then your flaps can create downward pitch moments. So when the plane is flying, you can just kind of goose the engines along to stay at altitude, right? But then when you're going into land, you deploy the flaps, you throttle it up, the plane flies perfectly down. Are you a pilot? No, Willie, I'm a plane nutcase. I'm a plane nutbag, dude. I really, really like messing with airplanes. And I like building them in Kerbal so I could show people all these concepts. So, okay, with this control surface here, we need to adjust the spans because we don't want the control surface deploying. We don't want it deploying into the fuselage there, and we can do that with the procedural wing. Oh, see, I really like that. That's super useful. Now, flaps, you don't really want them to be too incredibly big, but I like how you can control the position on these. That's so cool. Do military planes with high TWR generally have thrust and center of mass in line? Jonas, like a fighter plane, like an F-22? Take a look. Let's take an F-22. Let's look at it. See if we can look at it. See if we got a good picture of it from the side. Where are the engines? The engine exhaust is over here, right? Those sweet diamond exhausts that look that is one of the prettiest planes ever designed. Look at where the wings are. The wings are slightly, very, very slightly above. They're very slightly above the engine exhaust. Very, very slightly. But the crazy thing about the F-22, like Russian planes, like Sukhois, is that you have thrust vectoring on the engines. Jet engines for the longest time basically had a variable geometry venturi at the end, so you could focus the thrust in or focus it out. The Russians in the late 70s, early 80s came up with a variable geometry nozzle that can thrust vector, that you could use so you can have vectored thrust. The F-22 can do that as well. You can vector the thrust in different directions. So you can vector it this way, you can vector it that way, you can go up, down, you can do this. And that actually moves the center of thrust. You can actually align it with the wing, or you could align it down, or you could align it up. That's what makes these planes so freaking maneuverable. Like an Su-35, F-22, they can all do stuff like that because of thrust vector. They can change the center of thrust, basically. You can vary it, you can modulate it, move it up, move it down. Can you group control surfaces to deploy flaps? Yes, with an action group, Doom, you absolutely can. Yep. When we go in here, we'll go into advanced controls. I don't want that set for anything. We just want deploy, and that's it. F-22 only has pitching moment thrust vectoring. Are you sure? I thought it could do roll as well, Aqualex. Yeah, maybe it can't do this. It probably can't do yaw, but pitch and roll, I thought. The Sukhoi can do all of them. The F-22, yeah, you're right. The F-22 can only do this. It can only, the jet engines can only do that or up and down. They can't do this. Yeah, there you go. All right, cool. So, I don't know if this is the right spot for my wings. I'm not exactly sure if this is the exact area that they need to be. But we're going to do some trickery in here. This is an old Kerbal 1 trick here. So those wings, they really are going to need to be strong because they're going to be holding engines and they're going to be holding the aft end of the fuselage. So the wing, this right here, typically where the wings connect into the fuselage, that's called the wing box, guys. That's the strongest part of the plane by a long shot. The wings pull the rest of the fuselage up. It needs to be strong. I don't think I need to say why, but yeah. We'll just say it needs to be strong and we'll call it a day. There we go. So what I'm going to do to make sure the wing box is strong is, even though these parts are connected to the fuselage, right? What I'm going to do is we'll run multiple struts here. Get rid of that. We'll run a set of struts front and back to make sure that this thing really doesn't move. We don't need this. We don't need the wing box moving around. That's not good. Any leading edge flaps? Slats are a little bit too complicated for the KSP-1 aerosim to understand, Doom. I'm not sure about KSP-2, which is why this is like kind of the first plane that I want to do. I'm trying to keep this plane more or less simple. I mean, the boxcar design is pretty kind of nutty, but yeah, I'm trying to keep this design more or less pretty straightforward stuff. So I'll be able to tell you if slats will work based off of what I see here in a moment. Now I'm just moving the struts inside of the payload bay. There we go. I'm not even 100% sure that that's where the wings need to be. I'm just kind of taking a guess based off of what I've seen from this design here. Kind of a guess. All right, so now we're going to need a major structural component going backwards here, right? We need a structural component going backwards here to make the elevators and the rudders. And then obviously we need the wings to connect in here. This spot has got to be really strong. So the reason why I'm like, okay, I gotta make sure I'm doing this right. Gotta make sure I'm doing this right. The reason why is because I'm not sure if strutting or if connecting a piece to the wings is strong enough. So what I will do here, just let me get a structural piece like this. And then the inside of this should be hollow, right? And what we could do, if the inside is still hollow, it actually doesn't look like it is. No, it's not hollow anymore. Oh, that's a shame. Well, alright. We'll have to do it this way then. Okay, so now what we'll do here, where'd my center of mass end up? Won't the center of lift be very far back with that kind of tail? Well, it depends on how big we make these wings. FYI, the increased pitch attitude with flaps deployed is primarily not about thrust. With more wing lift, the forward motion vector deflect, which increases effective angle of incidence on the horizontal stabilizers, causing an increase in pitch up moment. Yeah, I know what it does, Oculus. I was being very, once again, general speak, but yeah, that's right. It's all about balancing it so the thing can do a nice, easy landing. Because the softer the landing you have with the plane, the longer the plane's going to last, right? Alright, so what I'm going to do is we're going to put this thing out on the runway here. And I am just going to see if we can hang this thing from the outside fuselage. The reason why is because that's where my landing gear will be eventually. So we're just going to do a fuselage structural test here. Yeah, if you could just time warp today, that would be great. Don't tell that to Ryanair. I heard nothing. Doom, do you see that the Ryanair Twitter account just literally just crap posts on Twitter all the time about stupid things? They just crap post. That's all they do. Alright, drop it like it's hot. Yeah, it's pretty strong. Cool. We need a 154. It's got no wings yet, dude. Hey, where'd you go? Okay. I guess I didn't save it. Probably would have helped if I did that. Whatever. It's not going to take very long to fix this. Ooh, that strut got really messed up. Okay. I'm just putting the struts inside the fuselage so you don't see them. All right, so save. So it seems like the wings should be strong enough here, so we might not need to do any trickery here. So what I will do is we will start to make the aft part of the fuselage here. And you know what I might do? I might make these wings a little bit longer. Just span it out just a little bit more. There we go. That's good. Nice. Ryanair have a TikTok, and even they joke about not having most legroom, bad landings, and they're like, yeah, we're cheap, but shh. You know what? I like it. We have something like Ryanair over here. It's called Spirit Air. It's the same thing. And you know what, man? I don't mind what they do because they know the hustle, and they're just like, dudes, you paid $20 for a plane ticket. What are you expecting? What are you expecting? Like, I appreciate the honesty, you know? I appreciate the honesty. I would rather pay $20 and have them be straightforward, right? Rather than paying like $150 for a plane ticket and getting Ryanair service, like Ryanair 2 service. At least they have no delusions about what they do. It's honesty, right? Like, it's like, guys, you paid $35 for a plane ticket. You want an in-flight meal? Here, have some peanuts. Get the frick out of my face. Like, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, Pathfinder, I'm with you. Yeah. Right? Exactly. Like, they have no delusions. No delusions. They're not trying to be anything ridiculous. It's like, guys, you know exactly what you're getting into. Don't play dumb. You know what you're getting into when you fly with us. Like, come on now. What are you expecting? Like, Emirates? You're not like freaking no. That's not happening. Yeah, Voodoo, right? The airframe can take it, don't worry. Do they rent or own the plane? Some of those landings surely can't be good for the airframe. It's not, so Doom, it's not that the plane can't take a hard landing like that. It can take it fine. You're kind of doing everything you can to not prolong the airframe doing that. Like, it won't last as long, but it's like driving a car, man. If you drive a car and you're very rough with a car and you know, you can keep up with the maintenance, but if you're really rough with it, eventually something's gonna fail, right? Even if you're good about like changing the oil and changing tires and stuff like that. Eventually, it just can't do it anymore. You know, it just, the metal gets tired. Do you have a remedy for fear of flight? A remedy for fear of flying, Cozy? Why? Are you scared to fly, dude? Flying, dude, here's the thing. Like, here's the thing about flying. It's super safe. Flying is super safe. Like, super safe. Like, you do hear about plane crashes here and there, right? But if you think about all the different successful flights as opposed to, like, planes that crash, right? It's very unlikely that the plane will crash, right? Like, but then again, it kind of has to, like, it depends on what you're scared about. Heights and locked in small spaces. Dude. All right, you know what the remedy is? Window seat. The remedy is window seat, dude. You need a window seat, Cozy. That's the thing. If you have the window seat and you look out the window, you ain't gonna even think about what's like, oh, you're in a confined space? Nah, don't worry about that. Look out the window, man. All you got is wide open spaces. You need a window seat. You know? Yeah. Dude, flying is super freaking safe. It's super, like, statistically. You're more likely... Dude, being in a car, you're more likely to get into a car crash than you are a plane crash, which is kind of interesting, right? But, yeah, flying doesn't really... Like, flying doesn't bother me because, yeah, dude, even a plane crash, you know, the plane isn't going to just fall out of the sky unless something goes catastrophically wrong, right? In which case, you don't have any control over that anyway. Like, so, I mean, whatever. There's always a risk for that, right? But, like, I explained it to Brimo once this time. Brimo doesn't fly as much as I do, right? And I was like, she was like, oh, I'm afraid of turbulence, right? And I'm like, no, you shouldn't be afraid of turbulence. It's good if a plane gets turbulence. You know why? Because that means physics is still working. You know, it's very rare that you're not going to get a plane flight with no turbulence, or at least a little bit, right? Turbulent air happens. If you don't get turbulence on a flight, that means physics, that means the winds, that means the atmosphere stopped atmosphering. That's not good. You want turbulence. You want that to happen. You know? Like, you lifting up and going up 30,000 feet up in the air and looking out the window and seeing everything out there, like, that could be anxiety inducing, but as far as I'm concerned, if the plane does that, everything is working correctly. Physics is working fine. Like, even if the plane has, like, an engine problem, dude, you know, you can glide back down. It's super freaking, like, it's super safe. Like, it's safe because planes work within the laws of physics, and they use the laws of physics to their advantage instead of a rocket, which just brute forces its way against the laws of physics, right? Like, you know? Yeah, there you go, Admana, right? Yeah, you can land with broken engines. Heck, Sully put a plane down in the water. With 2 double bird strike, put the plane down in the water, everybody survived. Like, it's very unlikely for something like that to happen, dude. It's very, very unlikely. Planes are held to extremely high mechanical standards, like very, very high. Yep, yeah, Indigo, that's right. I still can't believe that plane landed in one piece. He put that plane down so gently that one of the engines didn't shear off the pylon. I still can't believe that. I used to think planes were more deadly than cars. Then I became a motorcycle rider, and it turned my brain around real quick. Yeah. Yeah, crazy myth, right? What KSP engine would you say comes close to the XLR99 RM2? Ooh. Toto, I'm not sure if we have an engine like that. The Thud, maybe? Maybe the Thud? Or the Aerospike. Either one of those. That's kind of in line with what you're trying to do. I really like to get a pilot license, but I wonder if it's worth the time and money. Yeah. But yeah, Cozy, dude, planes are ridiculously safe, dude. Think about how many planes, like, you go outside, you see planes flying around every day. Every one of those planes makes it to a destination. Millions of people fly every week. Dude, airports are moving around millions of people on the weekly. No planes go wrong. Like, don't get me wrong, the risk is still there. I'm not gonna say it's fully safe because you never know, right? But yeah, I think you can take solace in the fact that dude, it's very unlikely for something to go wrong. All right, so yep, that's kind of funny. Why are SSDOs so bad in real life? It's the Delta V requirements, Doom. SSTOs are easy to make in Kerbal because you need, like, maybe a third of the Delta V that you need in real life. Yeah, dude, you need 9,600 meters a second Delta V to get something into space in real life. That's a lot. That's a lot to ask, especially if you're hauling tanks and wings up there the entire time. It's a lot to ask, dude. So I just almost landed a plane for the first time. Creeper, you're getting there. You're getting there. Yep. Okay. Alright, so let's build out the rest of this. Yeah, I mean, Cozy, planes are super freaking safe. Dude, get on a plane, pay a little bit of extra money for a window seat, and have some fun, dude. Because you will. You will have some fun. And look out the window and just... Dude, I'm telling you. You looking out the window and seeing the world go around below you is hypnotic. I don't know what that's about. It's some missing link stuff for real. That's why we need flying cars, and every trip can be safe. Oh boy. I'm kind of wondering how we're going to do the jet engines on this thing. I would really like to do a fuselage all the way back, but I would need a fuselage component that's like this. Tube. Yeah, okay. Yeah, right, S? It's pretty crazy, dude. I think we might need to do some, like, kind of underslung jet engines here or something. Can you use tubes? Tube. The tubes are super freaking wobbly. We might need... I might need the regular fuselage, dude, as a good place to mount these things. Like what we were doing. So, Raid, let's go in here like this, right? We'll mount that there like that, and then get the tube. Tube. That's a Brendan Herrera joke for people that don't know. Thank you, Pato. Yeah, I suppose we could get this done. We're gonna need to strut these things, Raid, I think. Tubes will also taper to the size node you attach to. Well, that's good to know. Let's go with that one. Hey, Erudite, what's going on? Yeah. Maybe only 2 tubes. But then again, we need to give... I'm not sure I like the look of that. You know what I was thinking? Not the empty fuselage doom. I was thinking small cargo bays because they're longer. It's longer than the tubes and they're definitely more structural. There we go. I just got to make sure. So I'm going to set this to like right there where the nose cone is like the furthest back. So I know where to put my control surfaces. Oh no, 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 come back. Ah, shoot, I screwed it up. There we go. Alright, so the control surfaces can be... We can go a little bit more forward here. There we go. I'm not selecting rotate, guys. Yeah, I kind of wish that those were, you know, not like that. But that's okay. It's fine. Where's our center of mass right now? Okay, yeah, getting more in line with the center of lift. Perfect. Excellent. All right, so... Weekly challenge? Rocket Guy, I'll give this thing the capability to straddle launch if we need to. That's awfully low to the ground. Maybe we can lower the wings just a little bit. That's kind of placeholder for now. We'll see where this goes. Why not put intakes on those? I mean, we could. Yeah, that's looking pretty neat. Here, let me close that. Mark II nacelles. Ooh. Chillin', I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. We used that on a past plane design. No, yeah, I like that idea a lot. And then we could make them fuel tanks too, so we can carry fuel. So we don't want methalox, we just want methane, right? The K-70, that VTOL plane that we made, you guys remember that one? And that keeps the fuel tanks hopefully lined up with our COM. That's actually really good. So now what we'll do is I'll use payload bays to go backwards, right? And then we should have the... Where are you? No, not that one. Even though that one's cool. That's not what I want. There's like a, there's a tail cone. A Mark II tail cone. Oh, I love that part. I love that we have this part in the game. Ooh, that does look a little goofy now. Maybe we can...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Maybe if we do it this way. Lamade. 75 months? That's beast. Thank you very much for the support. Make them part of the wing box? Put them vertical, but hang them lower. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I'm trying to build like a C-119 here. Yeah, Jim, you know what? I don't mind this. Ah, that's got some seaplane vibes going to it, guys. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. I don't like it. You don't like it? Nah, I don't like it. How about we go to fuel tanks, and what we can do is, yeah, we'll put the fuel tanks here. I do like doing that way. What warp factor can this thing get up to? Warp 9. I kind of got an interesting idea. Just don't fly it to the desert airfield. Why not? Last time that went poorly. What? What went poorly? Oh, Flight of the Field. Yes! Nice. I missed it. Sorry. I missed it. Payload bays. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. I like this. You know, I thought we would just, you know, based off of what I've seen, I thought we would just build parts and be like, okay, this is the piece that we're like, with the procedural wings, this is how we're going to build it, this is how it's going to be, and then we're done with it, you know? But this actually, yeah, there is some, you do have to put some thought into it still, which does make me happy. Nice. Very nice. Is that a structural? That's a structural fuselage. That's the payload bay. Yeah, alright. Okay. Okay, I just got to reconfigure this a little bit. I'm going to take that fuel tank out. We're going to put that payload bay there. And then we're going to put another payload bay right here. Instead of having the fuel tank and the structural fuselage there, I'm only going to have one. Well, no. I'm trying to think about balance, guys. So, basically, if I have two fuel tanks right there and there that are on the wings, and we end up dialing in our center of mass right here, when the fuel drains, it's not going to mess with your center of mass at all. It won't move it forward and back. That's part of the reason why planes store fuel in the wings. So the plane basically flies the same with a full tank of gas or an empty tank of gas. Now, I don't think we have a flag for wet wings in this game. I don't think we can make the procedural wings carry fuel, which does... That's going to make this a little complicated, but that's okay. I might end up needing to do something a little bit different here. You can make those payloads as upside down to drop potential things. Yeah, but if I have a payload bay on the structural connector back here, Atlantic, if I dropped something, that would shoot my center of mass forward if we had payload in there. There's a reason why bomb bays on like B-17s and B-52s and stuff are basically right on the center of mass, or there's a bomb bay right in front and right behind so you can equalize the payload. There's a reason why they did that, because you don't want to drop the bombs and have your center of mass shift forward and do a nosedive or shift back and just tail spin out of control. That's kind of important. I'm not using any visual aids. I'm kind of freehanding this rocket guy, but oh, good to know. Cool. Thanks, man. I mean, yeah, we could always just angle that down 5. But I don't know what this game's gonna do with dihedral though. Or anhedral like that, but it does look cool. Kinda got some Naboo Starfighter stuff going on here. Which, I mean, yeah, no, I don't hate that. Yeah, it needs to be one more section deep. But see, I want the 2 fuel tanks there. And then, yeah, we'll go with that for now. Let's flesh out the rest of the plane. Just pretend that this is, you know, this is good. So now what we need to do is run struts. So a trick that you could do in KSP1 is, you could go in here and see how we have the wing and we could see the front fuel tank right here. So let's go in here and take a strut. Hey, EJ, Higgs Boson Matt sent you. Hey, Demonic, how are you? All right, so now that the first fuel tank is strutted the wing, and now we go on the other side here. And we do the exact same thing. And now this... Now, I was going to say the second one is strutted into position, but it's not just yet. Why would you do that? Structure. It holds the parts together in KSP. So these parts are just attached right now. Citrus, right? They're just attached. And this is a little word on how KSP interprets structure. Like on a real airplane, right? On a real airplane, this would all be bolted together. Or riveted or something. This would all be really strong. One piece, right? In Kerbal, how Kerbal is understanding this is... here, let me focus over there. Actually, we're gonna get camera focal point like on the payload bay right there. So how Kerbal is understanding this, because if you look how we have the wing highlighted, right? When I highlight the wing, obviously all of this is attached to the wing because it's highlighting it, right? The nose cone is the end of this branch. Think of this like a branch on a tree almost, okay? So you have the root over here, that's the tree stump, and then there's the bottom of the tree, and then these pieces are like a branch, okay? So if I select the wing, it selects everything that's attached to the wing. Everything that's further down along the branch, right? So if I select the nose cone is the very end of the branch. And then that payload bay, and then that structural fuselage, and then the fuel tank, and then the fuel tank number 2, and then fuel tank number 1. Fuel tank number 1 is what's connected to the wing. Kerbal does not know the difference between this, right, and... It doesn't know the difference structurally between this and doing something like... So there's that same fuel tank, right? Kerbal doesn't know the difference between that and this. It doesn't understand that. The struts are there to tell Kerbal that this piece that's attached to the wing, like, it doesn't understand that. The game doesn't know the difference between this and this. You got to tell it. I mean, obviously there's aero being calculated off of these things, and this won't fly exactly the same as this, but we're not talking about aerodynamics necessarily here. We're talking about structure. Structurally, that's exactly the same as this. Weird, right? So I put those struts in there to tell the game, to tell Kerbal that, look, that's attached to the wing. This is strutted to the wing. But this also needs to be attached to the wing as well. So if we go inside here and look, right, let me select the intake. We'll focus on that. This first tank, the tank that I radially attached to the wing, is strutted to the wing now. And the strut is going through that fuel tank. And then if we focus on the front tank here, that second tank is also, it's strutted to the wing. I put the struts inside because I don't want this thing to look steampunk and have struts like that, right? I don't like that. I don't think that looks good. But that would do the same thing, believe it or not, right? This is telling Kerbal that these fuel tanks are bolted to the wing. This is all, I want this thing to kind of all work as one piece. So it's basically strutting everything together. But, once again, I do it in a kind of a stealth way. I do it in a stealth way by putting the struts inside, because struts on airplanes, unless it's like a bush plane, right, are usually inside of an aluminum skin. So I clip parts here to make it work and act and kind of structurally behave like the real thing. Now, check this out. These pieces back here, those aren't connected to the wing, because they wouldn't be connected to the wing. Why would they be connected to the wing? They're part of the aft fuselage here. So we can go further with the trickery here. If we look, right, if we go in here and we take the payload bay, actually, it would be better if I took the payload bay and put the payload bay first, then the structural fuselage, and then the tail cone. I'll tell you why in a second. The reason why is because we can run struts through the payload bay. So we open up that cargo bay door, right? And then what I'll do here is just clip it slightly. Move that slightly in, move that slightly in, and then move the nose cone slightly in. Just a little bit of overlap between your parts. Now what we can do is take a strut, right? And connect the strut from the fuselage to the fuel tank through the payload bay. And now this is all nice and reinforced. Now, if the struts in KSP2 work like the struts in KSP1, one strut is good. That's good. That will prevent the thing from flexing this way, and it could potentially prevent it from flexing so much this way as well, right? But if we really want this thing to be nice and solid, because we have control surfaces back there, there are control surfaces that are going to affect how the fuselage flies, so this needs to be super strong. If you even look at the C-119, right, you start noticing things like exactly what I'm talking about. Look at how beefy this strake to the vertical stabilizer is. See how beefy that is? That's a lot of structure. That's what that's doing. That's not doing much aero. It's not doing much aero work. That is structure to hold this thing together. Because when you pitch up on this plane, you need the force, the pitching moment that you get from the elevator. You need that force is going to be transferred through this into the wing box and fly the plane around, right? You're affecting the plane right here. And you don't want anything to flex in between there, or else you're going to go to turn the control surface up, and the back of your plane's just going to bend, and it's going to nose down into the ground. You see what I'm talking about? It's all structure. So now, what we need to do with this, because I really do not want this thing wobbling around at all, what I'm going to do is this. Get rid of that strut. And we should be able to pick up tri-symmetry here on both sides. We're going to triangulate this. Because we have triangulated struts on both sides, right? Now this thing won't flex up, down, left, right, forward, or back. It won't do anything. It's nice and strong. Any thoughts on airliners going back to attaching the wings on the top of the fuselage? There's a reason for doing that. I forget what the reason is exactly. Why use round cargo parts versus using a cylindric part? What do you mean? I don't understand, Sonic. This is Kerbal Structure 101. So now this thing will be super freaking rigid. And then, if we want to go take that to the next level, right, we go in here. And because I clipped that tail cone in there, right? Try symmetry again, flip it around. Let me just attach the struts in a weird way first. Yeah, this is where I need a better editor control, dudes. What I want to do is run a strut from the tail cone to there. We might have to do a little bit more editor trickery here. So here's what we can do. Ready? We just remove that section temporarily, right? Maybe we'll just see how this works with just these parts in line. It might not be a big deal. We might have to run a singular strut there, but this is the part that's going to bend, considering that the mass of the fuselage is up here and the moment that's being generated from the control surface is here. This whole thing is going to want to bend. You don't want that. That's basically, I'm basically doing grandparent part auto strut here for the viewers that are KSP1 vets. That's basically grandparent part. It's grandparent part auto strut. I'm doing the same thing, but I'm doing it in tri-symmetry. This thing didn't really understand tri-symmetry too well, so I'll just do a singular strut that goes into the payload bay from there. And yeah, we'll just leave this thing back the way it is, and hopefully that works. Okay. What's that? Oh, that's not supposed to be there. So now, save our work. Now this thing should be really strong. It shouldn't flex very much. I really hope they'll implement auto strut. I do believe they have that soon. That should be coming, I think. I think that's what they said. I'd have to go ask. Launch it. Doom, we ain't gonna get very far, but I mean, if you really want to see how strong this thing can be, we can do something like this. If we put 2 struts up in the front and 2 struts hanging from the back, we'll see how much this flexes. Shh. I paused the game by accident. All right. Let's... There we go. How's that for strong? Well, I don't think we'll need to worry about it. That's pretty damn strong. See? This part of the fuselage needs to be the strongest. It needs to be able to do stuff like this. And that's what strutting, that's what the interstruts there, that's what made this thing so strong. If those struts weren't there, this, I mean, it's being held up by 1 clamp, guys. Bonk. Is that a fireworks noise? It's pretty damn strong considering we just dropped it from like 50 feet. See what I mean? It pays to do work like that. It's not so strong now. Well, the rocket guy, the front fell off. Yeah. The front fell off. That's what happens. Yeah. Kulima, yeah, of course. And you know what the funny thing is? They do this in real life.
Plane would be destroyed.
Watch this.
The engineers needed to know if the 777 wings could survive the strongest forces that turbulence or bad handling could produce. They were also interested in whether the same wing design could be used on future heavier.
That video, you know. Yeah, do a 154 test. 152, 153, 154.
Whichever way you look.
That's pretty damn impressive. That's pretty damn impressive engineering. That's very nice. Look at how much that wing can bend before it breaks. Look, I will say this. If you're ever in a plane and the wing's doing that, the wing snapping off is the least of your concern. 154% load rating. That's right. That's right. Look at that thing. If the wing's doing that, you're pretty much free falling out of the sky. You should probably figure something else out. Show this to the guy who fears the flights. That's right. That's right. Cooley, right? Yeah. You got to show it. Wait, was that Jefferson airplane? Yeah, Jefferson. Starship is in the suggested. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Find your way back to a heart. You probably should put your life jacket on. Yeah, if the wings are doing this, you have other things to worry about other than the wings falling off. Let me put it to you like that. That's good engineering, though. Right? That way you know that the wings are never going to fall off. The only time you're going to get the wings to fall off like that is if you try to re-enter this 777 like a space shuttle. That's the only time the wing would ever do that, in which case it would have gotten obliterated by re-entry heating before you even got there, so. Only a slight updraft. Yep. Yo, Middle Ditch, what's good, man? We're talking about wing load ratings. What's up, man? You gonna rob that bank tonight or what, dude? See, we talk about pilot things and pilots just show up. Interesting. EJ, do a push-pull thrust, inline twin engine. I don't think we'll get very far with this plane right now. It's not finished yet. Now it's just like, huh? What? You gonna do the bank job tonight? Fingers crossed. What time's that going down, dude? You said 8 Pacific, right? Launch it? I just did. So Middle Ditch, in Kerbal, you can make planes and stuff. So I'm teaching people little basics about, like lift, drag, thrust, gravity, how all that works. It's pretty cool. Is there ever concern of the front falling off? I mean, 5 p.m. Eastern, but no idea when guns are going to get pulled. All right. Oh, okay. So you're like getting ready to go. Okay, cool. Put it on a Clydesdale and let's see what it'll do. What do you think, a spin launch? Okay. Spin launch is basically, if it's stupid then it works, then it ain't stupid, put to a T, right? Like, I don't see why that wouldn't work. I mean, yeah, sure. Of course, if you want to basically huck a rocket up into space like that, sure. There's nothing within practical physics saying that couldn't work. So, if it's stupid and it works, is it really stupid, right? Like, that's how I kind of look at it, dude. Like, spin launch is, like, it ain't conventional, that's for sure. And in that, I kind of like how they're thinking way outside of the box, That's cool, right? Yeah, no, I don't think unless you want to pull like 20 G's sustained that you'd want to be on a spin launch rocket. What they're trying to do is Middle Ditch, with commercial spaceflight right now, the whole market is trending towards like kind of decentralized satellite networks. So in the past they had these big honking satellites that are like the size of a Mack truck, right? That they put up into space. They put it out in geosynchronous orbit, right? And it stays out there. And the satellite lasts like 15, 20 years. The whole market right now is trending more towards small sat launching. So instead of this big honking like multi-bajillion-dollar satellite, you have a small satellite that stays in low Earth orbit, so a lot lower. I mean, GEO is 23,000 miles that way. Flight level 2,300. Nope. You ain't flying up there. Right? So they're trying to stay, like the whole market's going towards small sat, like satellites that are not millions of dollars, but hundreds of thousands of dollars that last 5 years instead of like 20. So Spin Launch is trying to capitalize on that market shift. So what Spin Launch is supposed to do is launch these little small satellites for like a satellite constellation, like an internet satellite, right? And like internet satellites, and they can launch a lot because they don't have to, there's no first stage. You just keep making second stages, keep putting together, keep hucking them up into space discus style and go. That's what they're trying to do. It's not a bad idea. That's what I mean. Like they clearly have a good finger on the pulse for like market trends and stuff. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, wow, that's dumb. No, they know what they're doing. I'm invested with Astranus, another sat network thing. Oh, dude, that's cool. What happens to the satellites if they're done? So Zoo, with the small sats, they're in low Earth orbit, so they just burn up. It's actually a lot better for the space environment because you don't leave space junk up there when the satellite reaches EOL. That's what Starlink is all about, guys. Those Starlink satellites are not in a high orbit, and they'll only last probably 5 years. So the network needs to be maintained, which increases the demand for commercial rocket launches. That's what makes SpaceX so ridiculous, because they're bucking the trend of sinusoidal launch demand. SpaceX's Starlink demand is constant. It's constant, and it's just going to stay that way because the satellites are so low cost. But it's telecommunications, so there's money all over the place being an internet service provider that can have a leg up over a legacy ISP, right? So it's pretty damn smart, right? Like stuff like Spin Launch is not stupid, man. That's a pretty smart idea. Could you build spin launchers in Kerbal? Oh, absolutely. You could build spin launchers, air launchers, sure. Maybe not in Kerbal 2, but in Kerbal 1, yeah. Yeah, middle, we could get that done. Yeah, no problem. I could build whatever. Like, I'm a little too ridiculous when it comes to this stuff sometimes. It's kind of interesting. I used to work at Planet Labs. In 2017, we launched a bunch of doves on an ISRO rocket. Most, if not all of those satellites should be out of orbit right now. Yeah, Planet Labs. Yeah. People that understand how synthetic aperture radar work are basically wizards. Yeah, SAR is wizardry. Who thought of that? All right. Well, I made a fake plane in Kerbal today, so there you go. Build the giant spider crawler from Wild Wild West. In Kerbal 1, we could make that happen, sure. But anyway, our fuselage here is sound, guys. The wing box is super reinforced. We're good. We gotta start building out the wings now. I love the Buck Rogers vibe on this. Yeah. So I'm going for a very strange design here, just because, something weird. This is like one of the first planes that I've ever made in Kerbal. So I was thinking C-119 aesthetic here. So brushed metal, brushed aluminum all on the outside. Only we don't have any propeller engines, so we don't have turboprops, and we don't have radials. So we just have bypass turbofans. So we're gonna need to mess with this here. How would you release the mechanism for spin launcher? Inhuman, the spin launch vehicle is actually inside of a vacuum. They spin inside of a vacuum, and when they let it go, it looks like kind of like a turbo. So there's like an outlet, and the outlet has a blast cap on it, and it shoots through the blast cap. Dude, it's wild stuff. See, let me get this up to Hibbit. Thank you. Yeah, so we got kind of that brushed aesthetic going on here. And the back cargo doors open they do open like this, but that's okay. It's okay. It's all right. We're good. But mine opens up like that, so we're good. Sorry. I'm sorry. You probably get that all the time, Middle. I'm sorry. You probably get that like every 5 minutes, dude. If I'm getting annoying, just let me know. X-class flare detected by Solar Dynamics. Ooh. Yikes. Just FYI, when I entered the chat, you had 1337 viewers. It's pretty elite right there. It's pretty elite. Elite crew. Roxers, your boxers. Oh, yeah. Yeah, old school. Good reference, my friend. Good reference. China wants their own Starlink? Yeah, I'm telling you, the entire global industry is trending towards small sats. That's huge. And tech companies are getting in on it big. So, like, so Starlink got, like, Series A funding from Google or something. Yeah, there's some stuff in the works, dudes. It's gonna be nuts, man. And that's good. That's just more demand for spaceflight. That's what we want. On spin launch, do they counterbalance for the rocket? The rocket's in a centrifuge, Wild. Yeah. They have a variable moment counterweight on the other end of the centrifuge. So when the rocket gets released, the counterweight moves out a little bit to counteract, or moves in a little bit to counteract the moment. So the centrifuge doesn't rip itself to pieces when they let the rocket go. How are you going to attach the two tails? Well, that's why I did the wing box test to make sure that this thing was nice and strong. Because, yeah, we're going to attach the tails here, and then what I'm going to do is with the tail pieces, I'm going to strut them through each other to each side like we did with the fuselages. Yeah, we got to get to it, though. All right, let's go. So what we're going to need to do here is, let me select this wing. What is the tip length? Tip length is 1.5, so let's set root length to 1.5 here, right? The problem with satellite internet is upload speeds. Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, upload's the problem with any ISP, damn it, right? All right, so I got to move my structural pieces inward a little bit because we're going to do a little bit more trickery here in a second. So let's take the wing angle and set it to 50 because I guess we'll go with straight wings on this. Straight wings do look kind of cool, actually. Yeah, Willie, the Saturn V computer. Yeah, I've seen that. Willie, did you see the Curious Mark video where they took an Apollo guidance computer, right? That was surplus. They took an AGC on the Curious Mark channel, and A, they got the damn thing working, and B, they used a Raspberry Pi to interpolate the AGC's output commands to a computer playing Orbiter. And then they got a mod for Orbiter that is a full, like, really high fidelity sim of the lunar lander, and that Raspberry Pi was interpolating commands from the AGC into Orbiter. And they had, on Curious Mark, they had an actual Apollo guidance system land the LEM in Orbiter. They had an actual AGC controlling the landing sequence. A computer that's like 60 years old. It's so freaking cool. Curious Mark's YouTube channel. Check that channel out. It's so badass, man. That's, like, it gives me chills thinking about it. It's so cool that the damn thing... First of all, they had to, like, manually fix the computer. Second of all, it actually did it. It freaking landed it. But, Willie, that's the computer. Well, that's not the exact computer that would have been inside of that ring. But the computer that's inside of that ring on the S4B, on the Saturn V, so the Saturn Guidance and Control System, it's similar. It's similar to that. There's a video from Smarter Every Day, Destin, over at the YouTube channel Smarter Every Day, where he interviews a guy by the name of Luke Talley, who was an IBM engineer that worked on that computer, and he tells you what everything is. What's the link? It's Curious Mark. Hold on. Post it up in chat. Okay, there we go. Yeah, check it out, dudes. It's wild. All right, so let's work on the wings. But guys, here's the thing. I want my wings to have flaps as well. I want more flaps out here, and then I want the ailerons out at the end. Now, the flaps, once again, are to basically have the wings generate a lot more lift so you can land at a lower airspeed, right? By basically deflecting a control surface on the back of the wing. It's called a Fowler flap on most planes nowadays, but flaps are basically just a control surface that's not like bound to the controls that you can kind of deploy with a lever. And it basically deflects a lot of air down, making the wing generate a lot more lift. And if you can feather the engines, right, to get the plane to fly correctly and then trim out the elevators, and you can land at a much lower speed. Hey there, do you have any tips for low performance? 3 to 5 FPS on the moon. Cesare, physics-less parts really don't... The game does not like physics-less parts. Do not use any of these things. Those micro nodes, don't use any of those. The game hates it. I don't know why. You can have a bug craft file that will totally screw your performance up. Also, debris around your save does screw things up. Try deleting debris and see if it fixes the frames right now. Alright, so we don't want a whole big control surface here. I want to see if we could stack like 3 procedural wings on top of each other and make some flaps for this thing. Alright, so we're going to lower the span. Actually, let's keep it at 22. That looks like Dookie is the end of that sentence. Can we make the wing go like up? Like that? Does that look good? Yeah. It's got some WB-57 Canberra action going on here. Nah. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this wing downward like that, and I'm just going to keep it there kind of as a template. And I'm going to attach the net, basically a copy of the same exact wing here to this, and make sure that that doesn't do that. I think they'll add props in the future. I do think so, yes. Actually, the interesting thing, Doom, is that some of the developers that actually did the props for KSP1 are working on the KSP2 dev team. A good buddy of mine, actually. So now what I'm going to do is I want this wing... I want to build a flap control surface here, and then maybe another flap out on the end, and then I want the aileron. So we're going to need to stack 3 procedural wings on top of each other. So if we go into the top-down isometric view here, we want that control surface to go, let's say, like right there. And then we want tip length to be out here, like that. I basically want it to mirror the shape. So I put the wing shape, one wing with the wing shape underneath, and then we'll go from there. So let's go over here. The tip length on that and tip thickness is 0.4, so 15 to 0.4, which means the root thickness on this one, the root thickness on, the root thickness on this one needs to be 15 and then 0.4. Okay, that's cool. Now, tip thickness, we'll set that to 0.3, I guess. And then 11 is good. All right, cool. Now let's go down to our control surface here. Now that's going to be a flap, right? So the control surface, that's actually pretty good for the span. But we still need to figure out where we're going to put the engines on this thing. I mean, I suppose we could do underslung engines like a C-17. That wouldn't be too bad. When canards, get out of here. Quiet. What if we... no. Alright, just leave that like that. I think it's probably high time to think about some propulsion here. We could always put a Goliath on there. Yeah, Rocket Guy. I was kind of thinking S-ducting the wings is not a bad idea. That would actually be kind of cool, right? We could do an S-duct here. And... Here, hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. How would we do that? If we look at a MD-11. Or no, not an MD-11. Screw that plane. We want an L-1011 TriStar with the S duct out back. Maybe we could do that. See, up there, the jet engine actually isn't up in the stabilizer. It's actually in the back of the plane, and then there's an S duct right there, like a Formula One car. Yeah, Lockheed was doing S ducts probably about 30 years before Formula One cars figured out a way to do that. Formula One cars have something like this behind the driver, so like on an F1 car, the driver would be right here. Driver's helmet would be right there, and then S-duct right into the engine. Also, TriStars, man, when Lockheed decides they want to make a passenger plane, they can make a damn good passenger plane, dude. Yeah, I think so, Doom. Yeah. Doom, in KSP-1, dude, you could make anything. You could do anything with those propellers. Oh, yeah, you could do all kinds of cool stuff. All right, how would we do that, Rocket Guy? Hang on. Either I have a migraine or I'm getting a brainwave here. Mark II bicoupler raid. Yeah. Alright, get rid of this for a second. Now, this fuselage we know is structural, but we might have to redo some of it. Alright, get rid of this stuff for the moment. Alright, so... Where's the pants? There we go. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll take the pants, right? Yeah, what? It looks like a pair of pants, okay? We could take these, rotate it like this, and then we can make the top part up here, and we can put that in the same spot that we had our structural fuselage, right? Or the fuel tank. And this thing actually does have fuel in it, but yeah, we can just... It has an oxidizer tank too, which kind of sucks, but... Boom to the top node, engine to the bottom node. Yeah. Double inverse rotor prop. Yeah. I saw that as well. Yeah, I did see that. Pretty neat. So now we can take it, and if we duplicate it like that, right? We can take the fuselage with the auto struts that we did, right? And that gives us pretty much the same exact thing. Now, what we could do is, this is just structure, right? That's all. This is all just structural. So we're going to make this wing box structural. So what we could do is, instead of putting fuel in here, we could drain these fuel tanks, right? And what we still could do is we could go back to our liquid fuel tank design like this. I'm going to have to redo some of the struts, and then we could gizmo this back in. Like that. It doesn't like it.
Go at throttle up.
It doesn't like doing that. Okay. Hey, Thrawn, what are you building? I'm just building an airplane, dude. I do like this, though, Raid. This looks pretty sweet. What would be the airplane's capabilities? Flying? Just plane for exploration for the most part, dude. And then, if we got like a Weasley engine, we could put the Weasley down there. Yeah, Tormir, it's definitely a different beast. Do we have... Do we have this part of the plane with the struts front? Yeah, okay. So, I like that idea, but the pants didn't really look too nice. I wasn't really into it. So... let's try something. We'll try something a little bit different. How about we take a structural fuselage, because these are fuel tanks. I don't want to clip into them. If a tank stores fuel, my kind of builder rule is to not... my building rule is if it's storing fuel, you can't clip parts into it. If it's not storing fuel, you should be able to. You can. Like, just kind of a weird... fun rule that I have, I suppose. Let me straighten these struts out. There we go. Okay, so... name the craft Ron if you use a Weasley. No, I'm not doing that. Alright, I'm opening the door. Heater's getting a little hot in here. Have the engines come back out of the tail like an F4? Radial attach the angled S-cone. So, Rocket, what I was thinking is... yeah, S-duct. Lockheed style. Yeah, that's not exactly what I want, but that's close. Just needed to vent some heat into the garage. Well, we wouldn't have the landing gear going into the engines, Tessa, which is kind of why I'm like, Somebody suggested F4 Phantom style. You know what? I'm not against doing something like that. I got an idea. Let's do something cool. So how about, what happens if we get this gear in here, huh? Yeah, that's a little, if we gizmo this down a little ways, that's not bad. That's still a little low to the ground. The plane will, it'll be a little bit weird for the plane to rotate. But we always could lower the wings just a little bit. Like that. It's getting kind of cramped inside of the fuselage, but that's okay. Yeah, exactly, Blue. So we're gonna need the bigger... Gonna need that bigger gear. We put this down here like this. And then... What we could do... I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Yeah, I like that. Some B-52 action almost. Could you make 225 style gear? You'd have to just use a bunch of the small gear to make the shape that you're trying to make. But yeah, sure. Why not? I think we might have a problem with intake air though, guys. We only have one intake for 2 engines. That is kind of an issue. What we could do, instead of the nose cones, go into aero, give me the ramp intakes, and then... Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, dude. That's what I'm thinking. Oh yeah, that's what I did. I ticked it down one. Cool. Jet engines with a ramp intake on either side, flanked by the, like on the flanks of a landing gear. That's, yeah, sure. Nothing bad will happen here. I'm gonna have to change where the flap is on this wing, though. We forgot a couple canards. No, I didn't. Cool. Hey, 12, what's going on? How's my day? Just fine, dude. How about you? Just building some planes. That's actually not bad. That's pretty cool. It's pretty good looking. The KA Phoenix. Maybe put a, like just a regular nose cone up there now. Actually, I know what I want up there. Those cones always look good. See, that always looks good. You can't lose with those cones. Nice. Alright, so I'm gonna guess that we need very, very strong springs for this, so I'm gonna put the springs on strong. Drain fuel from the adapters. It's already done. Already done, my dude. Okay, so let's save. How's the cargo bay looking? Cargo bay do be looking good, though. Okay, now let's finish up these wings, huh? Launch it? Oh, alright. You want to do a test? I mean, we're not going to fly very far with this thing, Doom. This thing is going to side slip all over the place. It'll boomerang. Yeah, let's, we can throw it out on the runway, see what it does. We got to see if it kind of holds all together. Oh yeah, not bad at all. Dude, we might even be able to go with a smaller landing gear. That thing is super high up off the ground, like Concorde height up off the ground. Taxi test. Try hard, what do you got? Did you hear about EpiPens in space? I didn't. How do elementary school students make a breakthrough discovery with an EpiPen? As part of a NASA experiment called Cubes in Space, a group of students at St. Brother Andre Elementary School in Ottawa wanted to see what happens if an EpiPen got put up into space. Would the device that treats potentially fatal allergies still work? Cool. Oh, that's neat. Neat. New SpaceX tweet. It's nice. Recommend sound on. Okay. You saw nothing. All right, sound. Headphone users, just in case. Hey, if you got me open in the background, headphone users, open the tab for a second and mute it or something. Yeah, that was the launch that we just watched. Shoot. Well, that's nice. Yep, I didn't hate that. I didn't hate that at all. That was pretty cool. My Gerst burps. That was freaking cool. All right. How about we work on the tail here? So, for the tail, I'm going to use control surface. Control surfaces have the deflection. They don't have full deflection though. They have like a deflectable part. Or is it? Wait a minute. Is it stabilizer? Hold on. Is it stabilizer or control surface? I don't need my rudders to fully deflect here. I don't need that. Maybe it is stabs. Hold on. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. So the vertical stabilizers are there to prevent something called side slip. Side slip is basically when the plane wants to do this. If you don't have something that's kind of deflecting the air at the back of your plane, or I mean, it could be at the front, I suppose. It was on the right flyer. If you don't have something like that to keep your plane from kind of drifting around through the air, you'll have what's called side slip, and that side slip will basically want to make your plane boomerang. Like how a boomerang, you throw it and it spins and it comes back. That planes can boomerang like that without any rudder. It doesn't really end well. There's an interaction with cosmic radiation that comes in when you leave the atmosphere. The epinephrine came back only 87% epinephrine. The other 13% was converted into benzoic acid, which at quantity was highly poisonous. Oh, geez. Yikes. Unintended crabbing, indeed. Yeah, that's it. So, if vertical stabilizers, you don't need a lot of deflection. Now, it's important to understand the difference between a rudder and a V-stab, all right? Vertical stabilizer does not move. A rudder is the part of the vertical stabilizer that moves. Two different things, okay? Important to understand that. You generally want your vertical stabilizers to be far away, and the elevators as well, which the elevators and horizontal stabilizers, you do not want them near the center of mass. They want to have what's called moment over the center of mass. And how much moment you want over that point is how much deflection. That's how you kind of denote your deflection in size, right? So let's tee these things up. I want them to be a little bit longer like that. And I mean, we could do that, but I kind of like the swept back thing going on here. Do we feel like this plane has enough thrust right now? It has four Weasleys on it. Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, I don't hate that. These are kind of close, though, for this plane. We might need to make them a little bit taller. Let's go to 25, like that. There we go. And now the control surface on this, for your rudder, you really don't need a lot of rudder with planes. You don't need a lot of deflection. Because if you deflect too far, it's just going to create drag. It'll basically work like a speed brake. You don't want that. You don't need that much deflection. But, yeah, you generally don't need a lot. You know, if you have a big control surface with a little amount of deflection, that will start yawing the plane a lot. That'll really do some yaw work, if I do say so myself. Can you quickly go over the difference in wing types for the people in chat? Okay, so wings you can have a small control surface on, but the wings are actually they're upside down. Those wings are upside down, first of all. So the wings, see how it's kind of a teardrop shape, but one side is bent a lot more? That's what the wing makes. The wing makes a shape like this. It would be not asymmetric, but it would be mirrored on both sides, right? Now, if you went to make a stabilizer or a control surface, right? If you look at the control surfaces from the top here, right? It's more of a symmetrical shape, right? So stabilizers are symmetrical shape with a control surface on it. Wings are the asymmetric shape with a control surface on it, right? And then the actual control surface are a symmetrical shape, but the whole thing moves. Like with these control surfaces here, right? If I put one, say we put this on here right there, if you notice, it doesn't have a place for a movable part. That's because with the control surfaces, the whole thing does that. The whole thing does what's called deflection. The whole surface deflects. Fighter jets have stuff like that. Fighter jets have control surfaces that deflect. Jeez, or not. That makes sense, dudes? F-16 stabilizers do that? Yep, that's right, Real. Exactly. F-16 does that, F-15 does that, F-22 does that, F-14 did that. The elevators, they deflect. The whole elevator. So the horizontal stabilizer and your elevators are one thing. Alright, so these wings are junk right now, and they were upside down, so we're gonna have to... I'll just leave them there like that for a moment. Okay. Too close for missiles. Switching to guns. I'm not sure, Rocket Guy. We'd have to do some, like, wind tunnel-esque testing to test that. Right? Like... We'd have to figure that one out. Alright, so... Down here, let's right-click on the wing in the part action menu. Advanced controls. Those things should only be there for yaw. The rudder controls yaw. And we do not want a lot of authority with that. So 5 degrees of deflection from the control surface is fine. That's fine. Now we have yaw. Good. But we don't have roll figured out just yet. That whole damn thing is a dang giant control surface. We don't want that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that wing. Right? And then we're going to go into that isometric view from the top like what we did. And... Sorry, I keep messing that up. We'll move the span down to about here, and then see if we can adjust the tip length to here. There we go, that's good. X out of that for a second. What's the tip length and tip thickness? 15 and 0.4. Alright, so for this one, tip length, the root length is 14 and 0.4. Perfect. Okay, cool. That's good. And I don't want but I don't want the control surface here clipping into the wing like that, so... Just keep that up like that. That should be more or less what we're looking for. Go in here and change... We need to change the root thickness. You go down to 0.3. There we go. That brings everything in line there. Good. So what I'm doing is I'm going to try to use procedural wings to make a segmented wing. And with that segmented wing, what we're going to try to do is to make flaps, 2 sets of flaps here, and then make an elevator or an aileron out on the end. The ailerons are the deflective control surfaces that you use for rolling the plane. You want them on this axis. On left to right axis here, you want them as far away from your center of mass as possible. The further they can be away, the less deflection you need to get the plane to do a crazier roll. A KSB wind tunnel would be nice. Indeed. So let's go out here. Keep the tip thickness at 0.2. And let's just make sure that that wing looks the same for the most part. Okay, we need to make the end. There. Okay, cool. Perfect. Now I got to work on the flap here. So the flap, obviously we don't want the flap deploying down into the engine. We figured out a little bit earlier in the stream that that's not a good idea. So we'll lower the span. I'll set the length to be about the same as the length on the flap over there, and then we can move the position out. So when that thing goes to deploy, right, it's not close. It doesn't deploy down into the engine. That's something that you had to deal with KSP a lot. If you had flaps and you deployed them and they got in front of your engine, it would block the thrust. Any wing tips on this? Well, yeah, we'll work on it. Okay, so that wing is good. I'm going to hit save. Plan. Now, I want to see if we can copy this. Can we copy the wing? And if my math serves me left, the tip length here, 11 and 02, if we go over here and set root length to 11 and 02, it should match, more or less. Yeah, excellent. That looks good. All right, hang on one second. I got to take this and we just got to make sure that it's aligned with the wing right, and then go in here. And then we need to change the tip length. Something like that. Cool. All right. So now, if we've matched the values correctly, the wing's upside down. There seems to be a sweet spot right there. Where it places it symmetrically. There we go. Yeah, I wanted to place it upside down, which that would make the plane not fly very well. That would make it fly very poorly. No, Raid, I think it was just the outside of the procedural wing attachment. It did not like it. Now, if we go back into this, we need tip thickness, right? Yeah, tip thickness is 0.2. Interesting. All right, so now we should go into root thickness here, because that's the base plate of this wing, right? See, I'm not even 100% sure if this is going to work correctly, but we'll find out. I wonder if they're using float for this. Well, what units are those? I'm not sure. They might be floating the values here, in which case getting these to line up is going to be a little bit of a pain. But we should with the JSON file, we should be able to fix it if that does become a problem. All right, I got an idea. Let's go find the save file. Huh. Where are the save files? Oh, wait. You know what? I'm stupid. You don't even... Wait, actually, how do I know that which wing it is? I won't know which wing to modify. Alright, so copy these two wings. Go into Notepad. X out of that. X out of that. Yeah. Write down the procedural information. I don't know if we should go that far with this, dudes. I think we'll just kind of eyeball it and call it a day. But yeah, that's a way to get that done, dude. I need to clip the wings into each other anyway, so we can run struts correctly. So basically, we can run the stringers. So I'm not too worried about doing this way. That's not that big of a deal.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey, Acton, 28-month reset, Joji with a 60-monther. Well, here we are, 5 years later. How's the planes treating you? I get around 20 FPS with planes. Planes are treating me just fine. Huh. Yeah, that's more correct. You know what? I'll just make the leading edge look right and we'll call it a day. Alright, so now let's figure out what tip thickness here is here. 0.8 and 0.2. And then set that here. I just gotta line up that control surface. Oh, okay, Theix. Right on. Thank you. There's too many of them. Can't keep up. Alright, so this last control surface will be my aileron. The aileron is what's for roll control. Notice how I waited till this is going to be the one that's out on the very end of the control surface. These ones right there are flaps. We'll deploy those when we go to try and land. This one, so elevators, or ailerons generally don't need to be too crazy. Like in terms of, like deflection. So D-Doom, are you here? If you're here, buddy, I got something. Always. Right on, brother. Right on. So this control surface does not need a lot of deflection. And it doesn't need to be a big control surface. Because we're so far away from the center of mass, not a lot of deflection here. Not a lot of is going to make this thing roll like crazy. It has a lot of moment. Think about it like a seesaw. You know, the further you are away from the fulcrum, the more more lever, you know, you can go. It's Archimedes. Give me a lever big enough and I can move the world. Because we're so far away from the center of mass on the port starboard axis of the vehicle, the transverse axis, you don't need a lot of deflection here. You really don't. I'm just trying to make these look like it's one wing put together. Fat you too. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, that's the Doom. That's the case in real life. Yeah, I suppose Yarg is right. That's an important thing. That's the case in real life. Yeah, we don't. I don't know enough about the KSP arrow to really know if like that's a good thing or not. Like I don't know if that applies here, but we'll find out. We definitely will. Okay, cool. Now I can get rid of my prototype wing. And now this thing is looking pretty spiffy, if I do say so myself. That's not bad. Not bad for a couple hours work. Alright, so what I gotta do is go in here, and we gotta make sure that these are not pitch yawn roll. None of these should have that enabled. Good. Because they're flaps. Any planes you could think of where the center of mass would be more forward? Well, of course, a tail dragger. Where do you think the center of mass on a C-47 is? It's right over the main landing gear. That's right, Doom. Yep. Yeah, the center of mass is way up here on a C-47. It's way biased towards the front. What's that, Pathfinder? Hey, Carbonauts, we have a quick update from our creative director, Nate Simpson.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, well, let's see. What's Naderade saying? Okay, J-Shelf, 34 months. All right, so this is coming from Nate here, the lead creative director. Or just the creative director. So, what a week. First off, a huge thank you to all the people who've decided to join us here at the beginning of Early Access. It's been so exciting to see what you've done with KSP's new parts. And even though there have been some bumps in the road, it's been fun to explore the new Kerbal system through your eyes. At the end of each day, our team has enjoyed camping out in the official Intercept Games Discord KSP2 Screenshots channel and basking in the endless waves of creativity, innovation, and pure insanity. The community does not disappoint. Well, that's good. Early Access has also yielded its first crop of bugs for us to fix, and we're making good headway. Our first Early Access update, which is planned to take place in the next couple of weeks, will contain the following fixes as well as many other improvements that will break down in more detail in our patch notes when the first update goes out. Performance and optimization in the first patch. Optimization. Main menu loading time reduced for min-spec machines. Runway light geometry is simplified. Engine exhaust CPU usage reduced. 50% reduction in made thread time spent on UI. Flight physics. KSC and other objects follow vehicle to orbit. Oh, that's gonna fix that. Engine plate floating node joint less rigid than other stack node joints. Ah, the engine plates will be a little stronger. Cool. Planned trajectory enters runaway state when switching between flight view and map view while engine is burning. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Kerbals fall through the ground when traversing ground near launch pad. Never had that problem, but alright. Oop. Nope. Hey, what did I do? I broke it. Where was I? Spot headlight parts have dim bulbs and low effective range. Okay. Fixed. Low mass parts never stop moving on low gravity celestial bodies. Fixed. Rove Max TR4 wheels sink into the ground and spring the craft upward when returned to focus. Yeah, Kraken drives. Loss of vehicle control when reverting to launch on runway. Okay. Physics impulse occurs when engine runs out of one fuel type, causing loss of vehicle. Okay. Game breaking when loading VAB or loading save game with a vessel in flight. Okay. Animation stutters when EVA Kerbal is running. Okay. We did encounter that one. Large ladder disappears when the base of a ladder is outside camera view. Cool, cool. All right. That's a pretty solid amount of bugs squashed right there, dude. Thanks for zooming in. Yeah, Exodium, I got you. I always like to do this. Makes it easier for you guys. Fixed. Ground decal applies to vehicles traversing margin. Okay, so this is environmental stuff. Ground decal applies to vehicles traversing margin of KFC grounds. Removes predator camo effect applied to rovers at the edge of KSC. I never had that problem, but that actually sounds pretty cool. Fixed. Curb and atmosphere and ocean vanish after returning to KSC from non-atmospheric. Matt Lown had that problem. I saw Matt had that problem. That was funny. Improved. Floating rocks mesh scatterer. Floating rocks have been reduced. Okay, cool. Good scatterer right there. Kerbal lens flare still visible when observer is close to the star. Oh, well, we ran into that problem this afternoon. Really, Moopy? That's cool. Predator camo is cool. I like that. Improved collision for structures around KSC, including parking garage and fuel facilities. I've been waiting for that one. I'm going to drive around the parking garage. Fixed. Clouds missing from celestial bodies when viewed from long distances. Okay, that's cool. Fixed. Atmosphere missing from Kerbin when viewed from the moon's SOI. Never ran into that problem, but okay. Fixed. Lathe atmosphere view is broken in map view. Never ran into that problem because we haven't been out there yet. Yeah, the floating KSC. That was like the main one, dude. That was right up at the top. What else do we got? User interface. Camera middle mouse movement axis does not switch to horizontal when in horizontal build mode. Oh, hey, all right. All right, all right. That's not exactly the SPH camera controls from Kerbal, but it's close. That's good. That means when we're working on planes, if you hold middle mouse button, instead of moving the camera up and down like this, it'll move it left to right. It'll go this way. Good. Good, 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 good. Fixed. Launch assembly tool breaks after repeated use in the VAB. Debris not targetable. That's fixed. That's a good one. Time warp controls not accessible on KSP landing screen. Never had that problem, I don't think. Debris trajectory lines only appear after switching to flight and back on the map. I think we had that one. Yeah. Graphic settings adjust to medium after settings quality preset to high. I don't know if we had that problem. It wants me to quote the stupid thing because I'm highlighting stuff. Game crashes when returning to the main menu from the VAB. I've had the game lock up, but not crash. Broken empty Kerbal portraits in flight view. No orbit line after loading a save game. That's a big one. That has to do with vessel landed state. Yeah. Some difficulty settings don't persist after escape menu closure. Okay. I did it again. Stop it. No portrait representation in flight for probe cores. Okay, cool. We appreciate your patience as we continue to bring improvements to the game, and we thank you for your help in continuing to identify bugs. In addition to the above bug fixes, you'll notice a number of refinements, including increased vehicle part polish and an updated map interface. Ongoing performance improvements will also surface in this and future updates. We will provide a more detailed blog post soon to give you a better view into the ways that we're assessing performance data, as well as what steps we're taking to improve frame rates on all platforms. Hang in there. We're working very hard on this right now. Is that them making Marvin official? I don't know if they even know about Marvin, but yeah, that's right from Nate, dudes. He's the head honcho for KSP. That's good. Good. Next couple of weeks. All right, cool. So next couple of weeks could be Monday. It could be next Friday. It could be the Monday after next. That's not that long considering the amount of... These are some serious bug squash. That's serious bug squashing. Stuff like that is not easy. But also... They are tracking the physicsless part bug for the people that have been running into that. The physicsless part bug is big. I actually had a good conversation with Nate about that yesterday between the Crew 6 and the KSP stream. Yeah, we were talking about it and what causes it and stuff. And Nate goes, That rocket that we saw you launch, the Jebstone, the first time you launched it, it blew up at 21,000 meters, right? I'm like, yeah. And he goes, did that have micronodes on it? I go, no, verniers. And he's like, damn physics-less parts. I'm like, yeah. Let's squash this one, dude. I'll help you figure it out. And he's like, no, we got it. But yeah, there you go. So, yeah, they know about the physics-less part bug. They're working hard to try and cram that one, dude, because that's a big deal. If your rocket blows up at 21.5 kilometers every time because of physics-less parts, yeah, that's chasing a demon right there. What are verniers? The vernier engine is a control system. It's an RCS thruster, Doom, that uses liquid fuel and oxidizer instead of monoprop. You use verniers on bigger ships. Like the pods that I've been using have been just using monopropellant. But yeah, I mean, guys, we're already, you know, a pretty gnarly big patch like that in the first couple of weeks is good, man. That's very good. That's what we want. Yeah, there we go. That looks good. All right, let's save the plane here. Yeah, maybe, Yarg. So what I'm going to do, I want the wings to be nice and strong. So we're going to do, I had these clipped struts before when we were talking about structure. So let's zoom in with fine control here. And see the wing right there? You see how I strutted the fuel tanks to the wing? What I'm going to do here is I'm going to do the inverse of that. Go into symmetry in mirror, like this, right? And we're gonna crisscross it, like that. And what is that doing? Well, now that's strutting the tank to the wing, so now this is gonna be even stronger. I mean, this plane is almost like, you could say that this thing will be carrier deck rated. Get the arrestor hook out. But hey, it's Kerbal. You never know what it's going to throw at you. Yeah, so see, for the people that don't know, what these struts are doing, this part is attached to the wing, and then that fuel tank is attached to that fuel tank there. This wing is attached to this piece right here. So what I did was, I ran a strut from this fuel tank to the wing, and from this fuel tank to that wing. They crisscross each other. The reason why I'm doing that is because I need to let Kerbal know that this is all one piece. That's all one thing. It needs to stay together as one piece. So I'm strutting it all together. Now, if we really want to get fancy, right? You really want to get so fancy with our struts, we do this. Go in here like this. We don't necessarily need to do a crisscross in here, but that's not what I wanted. I screwed up. What about where my trajectory going missing when I have a course SOI? What about it? Sorry, yeah, it took me a second, Nova. I don't know if they know about that one. We didn't talk about that one. So... So I'll do the crisscross back here, and this is probably over engineering at this point. But at least we know it'll never break. And once again, I like to put the struts inside of stuff because in reality, unless we're talking like a World War I glider or something, or a World War I fighter plane, you generally don't see structural stuff on the outside. Now, what we're gonna do, the last bit, is to take a strut here and go from wing to wing, like that. So now we're wing to wing, and there's basically a big structural carrier that goes through the fuselage here. Well, through the fuel tank, I guess, but... that connects wing to wing. And if we really want to get fancy, we'd put another one up at the front here. So we connect, so the front of the wing is strutted and the back of the wing is strutted together. Basically did an X-brace in here. This thing, these wings should be super strong. They shouldn't be going anywhere. Like to the point where this thing is like probably as strong as like an A-10's fuselage. If you get it, you get it. A-10s are parts of the fuselage of the A. Well, not part of the fuselage technically. Part of the structure of an A-10 Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt 2 is made out of titanium because it's designed to protect the pilot from people shooting at the thing. What in the hell? What's up, man? Baseball. What's going on, brother? How you doing? Huh. It's offset? When did it get like that? Wait a minute. The attachment transform is offset? No. That one isn't. Out of it, seven minutes out of it. It's because they were mirrored and you moved one. Yeah, okay. That's weird. Alright, well, whatever. Yeah, I guess that must have been me. It wasn't me. Or maybe it was. Let's see if we can adjust the tip length just a little bit. Okay. No. Nah, just gonna have to leave it the way it is. That kind of sucks, but yeah, whatever. Tip length out here can be super thin. There we go. Perfect. All right. I think that's my main wing pretty much good. Now, because we gizmoed these pieces together like this, what we can do, I mean, it's gonna kind of look a little bit strange. Like my wing is stepped in a little bit, but no one's going to notice except you and I, but that's fine. So the wing is strutted to that wing, right? Now what I'm going to do, just to make sure that these wings are super strong, right? Probably to the point where they don't need to be like this, but I'm going to put a strut inside of this wing, and it's going to go to the outer wing up here. But I don't want it to be gizmoed in like that. We don't need many, you don't need multiple, because these wings, you do need these wings to flex a little bit for the plane to work correctly, but yeah. See, now that wing is strutted to that wing. See? All very, very strong. Very, very strong. And now, fellas, I don't think this thing needs landing gear this big, to be honest. I'm going to get the smaller landing gear again and see if we can get away with putting those on there. Let's see what it does. Because we can kind of afford to gizmo these down a good ways because of the motors and where the motors are. So you always want your main landing gear to just be a little bit behind your center of mass. Plane is looking good. Thanks, Gold. What kind of mic do you use? I use a Blue Snowball on a, it's mounted on a boom. Spent the day at KSC with the boys, Cammy. Nice. The extended bus tour you recommended was fantastic. Dude, I wouldn't steer you wrong with that. Is KSP worth buying yet? Heard a lot of complaints. Blood fam. If you go to a Whataburger, all right? Now, don't get me wrong. Whataburger's dope. I love Whataburger, okay? And I know you do too. If you go to a Whataburger and you get a burger and you're expecting like a steakhouse burger, right? Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Okay? Whose fault is that? If you're gonna expect a gourmet meal from Whataburger, all right? Whose fault is that? Whose fault is it? Right? You know what you're getting when you go there, right? KSP was always marketed as an early access game, but people are treating it like it's 1.0 release. And don't get me wrong, it is buggy as hell. Like, it's buggy. Yeah, it's bad. But also, you're expecting a 5-star gourmet meal from a freaking Whataburger, okay? It's not gonna work that way. Don't you tell? I'm not challenging your loyalty to Whataburger. Whataburger's dope. I love Whataburger. You want to go out for a nice date with your lady friend. You don't take her to Whataburger. You know what I'm saying? I mean, unless she's that type of gal, then please go ahead. Regional hamburger chain Whataburger analogies. Yes. Italics, it works. Analogy works. Okay, it works. Okay. You never heard of Whataburger? Wow, Whataburger's sweet, man. Want to see the plane fly? All right. Yeah. So it's buggy. Long story short, it's buggy. People are getting mad because it's buggy, but the developers never said it wouldn't be buggy. It's early access, right? It's not a 1.0 release. But people are comparing it to like No Man's Sky and stuff, and I'm like, all right, I guess. I suppose. Analogy does work, but these poor Europeans think Whataburger, it's Waterburger. Oh. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. People watch from other parts of the world, that's how. Yeah, you're not wrong. Feet. Inches. Feet and inches! Now, see, you know what I just did, dude? This is a hot dog a sandwich thing. What I just did is going to cause my chat to implode, and you know what? That's my fault. That's my fault. I'm sure you know. Whataburger, not Waterburger. No, Whataburger. Dang it. Ugh. Stop. You left room for the SRBs, right? Huh? Hello from Kemiland. Oh, carrot. Eve Paivi. Terve. It's way overpriced due to early access greed. Fair. Anyway. Yeah, dude. It's a little bit buggy. It's a little bit of a high price point for early access, but I don't know, man. I'm having fun, dude. Look at what you can do. Look at this freaking plane. I mean, look at this thing. It's planes. They have the landing gear. Yeah, I like that. Burger King literally has king in the name. Royalty. Yeah, okay. Alright. Anyway, Etel, how's your Kerbal adventures going, dude? Subject change. Subject change. Alright, we don't want steering enabled here. Shake Shack. Mm. What's your plan for pitch control surfaces? Supercraft, I'm debating whether I want pitch control surfaces to be on the top up here, or should they be down here? I don't know. It'll give us more clearance with the back nose cone opening up if we had it up there. But then again, I gave it enough clearance so we could put it wherever. On the top looks cooler. Top. Well, all right, that settles that. I don't know who said it, but let him know I said Burger King is trash. Worse than trash. Like what DQ throws away. Damn, man. I'm waiting on the first patch, ATM. Minimus was fun, but troubleshooting the disappearing conics and maneuver nodes is bogging you down. Yep. Yeah, I got you, man. Dude, I did a Duna mission the other day, and even I was like, okay. Okay. Dual V-tails? What is it, a Beechcraft? We're gonna go Beechcraft Bonanza on this thing? On the top because engine exhaust pop bear? Alright, we can do that. Alright, so let me think about how we're gonna do it. So if we're gonna do that, this thing would be a lot more structural. So let's make this thick. Damn, boy. Okay, that's a little too thick. It's too thick. Too thick, I can't take it. Alright, there we go. Alright, and now what we would want is tip length needs to be a little bit bigger. There we go. Alright, cool. Save that. Alright, so we're gonna need control surface, or not control surface, we need stabilizer here, so yeah, but see, now we gotta do some work with these procedural wings. Okay. Alright, so now we really got to work with this. So the spans need to be touching each other. And once again, just like I made the wings, I'm going to make them clip into each other a little bit. Wing angle needs to be set to 50, right? And now what we need to do is change the root length there. Change the root thickness to 10. Tip length needs to be set to 12. And tip thickness needs to be set to 10 so we can get some thick boy. Damn boy, thick. Control surfaces here. That also needs to be pointed directly forward like that. There we go. See, trying to sculpt out a wing like this in KSP1 would suck. It would be horrible. That would be really not fun. Root length needs to come in a little bit. There we go. Yeah, it would really not be fun doing that. Alright, so now let's take this. But yeah, freaking Etel, you were doing some Mountain Blade stuff yesterday. Oh, Brimo's calling. Oh boy. You're on stream, what's up?
Can you mute for 2 minutes?
Mute for a few minutes?
Yeah.
No? Am I in trouble?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
How sure are you?
95%.
Discovery, go at
It's
throttle
not
up.
good enough. It's not good enough. Can you be more sure?
96%.
No, no, no. It has to be at least 98.
99%.
Okay, that... Alright, cool. Alright, I'll be right back 1 second, chat. We're good. We're good. I made it out unscathed. I made it out unscathed. We're good. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Blink twice if you need help. No, 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 no. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. Okay, where was the chicken seasoning? It was in the cabinet with the other spices. It was in the cabinet. I knew where it was the entire time. All right? Knew where it was the entire time. So. Okay, so, Doom, check this out. Little word on elevators here. The elevators, generally, I like to give elevators a lot of deflection. In this design, this is kind of a stubby plane on the long axis here. So we're going to need a lot of deflection. So a bigger control surface should be warranted here. Yeah, we'd want a lot of deflection. All right, cool. Now, to make sure that the whole thing stays nice and strong, we're going to get struts, right? And I'm going to put the strut inside of the wing, right? And we will strut one rudder to the wing, to the other elevator. So this elevator right here, an H stab, is attached to the V stab, the vertical stabilizer. And then I have a strut going from this vertical stabilizer to the opposing horizontal stabilizer. That should tie this whole thing together and make sure that this doesn't move around. Just the other thing is I just got to make sure the strut isn't like clipping out. Like that. We got to make sure the struts aren't doing that. There we go. Okay. Have you checked that if the rulers still work? Tessa, the rulers, yeah, of course, the rulers still work, but we have no world snap. There's no world snap orientation, so I'm never going to be sure if that line is perfectly straight. But yeah, of course, they will still work. The engines are not symmetrical, and it's bothering me. There. All right. Okay, so now go out here to this control surface. We should set that one to roll, and roll doesn't need a lot of authority limiter, but we'll dial it in. We'll keep everything at 15 for now. So we have our elevators, we have our ailerons, we have our rudders, we have our elevators. This whole thing should work quite nicely. So let's save it and put it out on the runway and see if my structural work here actually did something. Have you seen this? Yeah, we went over it on stream a second ago, Jim. Where's our center of lift? Okay. Noticing that wing is not exactly... Yeah, we can leave it. It's fine. We need to introduce some angle of incidence here, AOI, into the rear elevators. Sometimes it pays to... So a lot of planes nowadays have variable angle of incidence, so they can take this surface and move it up and down like that. What I'm going to do is actually angle it downward just a little bit, just 5 degrees. Now, that seemed to have made this not kind of look nice. But if we do that, huh. That should do it. Like, that should... Nice find with Middle Twitch raid yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, he was, yeah, Middleditch was in here a little bit earlier, Snick. Yeah, he's, over there off on the Red Dead RP, dude. Like, he's super freaking good at it, man. Like, that's why I raided it. Like, I don't usually raid people cold turkey like that, but that was worth it. Guy's so damn good at doing GTA RP. It's awesome to watch. Really fun. All right. Well, center lift, in the indicator in here for center lift doesn't look too well. It doesn't look too good, but you know what? You know what? We'll send it anyway. Bill, get in the pod there. Val, Jeb, let's go. Did you set up the flaps? Nah, I'll do a test flight here with everything, and then we'll see how it all kind of comes together. Alright, so let's check our control surfaces. Rudders are working. Elevators working. Ailerons. Oh. Hey, Lazo, what's up? Make sure we gotta change that when we get into the craft file. Alright, so flaps. Let's see. Let's set the deploy on that. Deploy angle is only really 15. That's not a lot. That's not a lot of deflection there. Okay. Alright. I mean, that's not the worst. We'll try it without the flaps, though, for the first time here. See what happens. Alright. R2, fire up the converters. What was that noise? You know what? I'll just pretend I didn't hear anything. Yeah, there you go, submitted, right? Lack of air? Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Wow, that was very nice, actually. Dude, we might not need to crank that angle of incidence like that, dude. Yeah, we might not have to. The center of thrust is enough to keep the nose up. This is actually really good. Very nice. Very nice plane. There is trim, Blood. Yeah, we can trim it out. Your rates are right there. See these trim wheels? So, let's see. What does she do out of the box? Like, let's just get the throttle up to like 50 and airspeed's about 130 knots here, so a little bit more than that. So it has natural pitch up moment here. Yeah, dude, we don't need to screw with the angle of incidence out here too much, but we could trim it. We could trim it by holding left Alt and W, and see the green. Yeah, yeah. We don't need to crank the angle of incidence on there. Yeah, good to know. This thing stays up by itself. Is that what I think it is? It's just a plane that we made. It kind of looks like some planes, but yeah. Increases drag though, so yeah, just zero on the AOI. Yeah, I mean it has a natural pitch up moment, dude, when you're at half throttle. So yeah, I don't need that. I don't need my H-stabs to dig like that, dude. We're good. We're good. We can flatten that out when we get back down. Thanks, 619. Yeah, this thing flies mint, real good actually. I put Band-Aid fixes on it before it needed it. Flies real nice. Does it fly with the bay open? It should. I will tell you, it would not be able to do that in real life. Yeah. It would not be, we would crash. That thing would get ripped off or something in real life. That's not, you don't want it to do that. But yeah, we could drop stuff out the cargo bay if we really wanted to. But yeah, natural pitch up. If I toggle the SAS, it trims the trims pitch axis down. So yeah, cool. Good plane. Drop a small rover out the back? Well, I'd have to make one, but sure. All right, cool. All right, let's put the flaps down and see how the plane performs then. Yeah, that's really not what those should be doing. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. That's not what that should do. Why is it they must have been placed in radial or something. Yeah, look, see? Damn. Yeah. That's no good. That means they must be in radial symmetry. So, I don't understand how could be in radial symmetry if they came in mirrored, but yeah, that's something we're gonna have to figure out. I'm kind of bummed because yeah, that took a second to make that wing, but it's just clouds, I think, for now, Blood Fam. I don't know if they're going to add weather. I don't think so, but who knows, dude. Yeah, causation, we might be able to. But I'll admit, my editor, I can do it faster in the editor than I could with editing values like that. Either way, see, those center wings came in right, which tells me that I just placed these wings in 2x radial instead of 2x mirror. Because both of my inner control surface flaps are deploying down right there. See that? So that's good. Oh, guess not. Build me a G5, no more frequent flyer wimp miles from my boy. Maybe adjust your workflow to extend them right after building, shaping them in the editor to prevent your lost work in the future. Yeah, we could do that, Protected, sure. Yeah, see how I have to, just to get the thing to fly to level off, I have to pitch down, like almost full pitch down. Yeah, that's from the angle of incidence. We don't need that. Alright. Okay, cool. Let's circle around. We'll throttle back. We'll land on, what's that? Why is there something on the runway? Did we leave FOD on the runway? That's default name 3. Oh, yeah. Look in the bay. No, everything is there. I think. This is a terrible approach. I'm way too high. Gotta make the adjustment. We'll land on 9 right. Man, those runways are huge comparatively. The runway in KSP 1 is not nearly as big as these. Look at the Flight of the Phoenix. It really does have some Flight of the Phoenix vibes, doesn't it? Still too high. We're still too high for this approach. What the hell's going on? Oh, amateur. Man, this plane just doesn't want to stall. That's good. Jeez. All right. Yeah, that was a pretty terrible landing, but any landing you can walk away from, I suppose. Yeah, oh, that was the Predator camo? Oh, alright. Well, there you go. Where's the taxiway exit? Jeez, these are freaking long runways. And they're super wide, too. Damn. Alright. Okay, first test flight was pretty good. Got some stuff that we need to fix. Stoppy bonus. Plane performs really nice, though. Very good. Yeah, I don't know how we're going to make a ramp with no robotics and stuff. Maybe we need a truck that drives up to it that has a ramp built into it. Yeah, Montag, that's a glitch. I'm not 100% sure why that happens, but it could be because it's placed in radial. Use the ramp part? Yeah, but then the tail would go all the way back here and it would look weird. A control surface ramp. Now that's thinking with your dipstick, Yarg. Cool. You look weird. All right. Pretty good first flight. Not bad. Not bad. We made it back in one piece. Made it back. Made it back in one piece. That's not bad. That's not bad, dudes. Not bad at all. We could do that. That's how we solved that problem back in the day. I had a plane that could squat, which is basically what the real stuff does. But like real cargo planes, sometimes they could just squat the landing gear. Okay, so big one. Honestly, we do not need to dial in any angle of incidence here to these things. Keep that. Can you even drive up a control surface? I don't know. Yes? Maybe? Alright, so let me check something. If I rotate this thing and one wing rotates up, the other rotates down. No, they are in mirror. Maybe I hit invert controls or something. I did something wrong. Huh, okay. It needs to be army green. Yeah. Interesting. That's a strange one. Olive drab. Yeah. Yeah, we saw it rain. That's good. Yeah, it's probably better to do an announcement. Yeah. Good call. Gotta put the strobes on. Marpat. Marpat, Magi? You're not biased at all, right? Yeah, let's see. Can we put the strobes on? Yeah, we got to put all the lights on this thing. But before we go ham with like all the super small details and stuff, guys, I really kind of want to figure out what the heck's going on with the flaps. I really need those to work. That needs to work. Yeah. Wings! What's up, Duck? How you doing? Put the suspension to full on there. No steering on that. Suspension is full. Yep, we got our landing lights. Landing lights are already there. Yeah, I know, Squall. I saw it. Yeah, that doesn't suck, man. Alonso. How about that, huh? Oh, we should put an APU into this as well. Yeah, center of mass is right on big center of lift, though. That's really nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. Vamos! Magic. Squaw, how pissed do you think Saints is going to be if Alonso has a faster car than him? You think Carlos is going to be mad? Just needs JADOs? We could put JADOs on this thing later. Sure, absolutely. I know how to do that. Easy peasy. Ooh, boy. Yeah, you gonna be mad, dude. I'm on the Alonso hype train. After Alonso left Ferrari and they did him dirty, I told myself I'd root for whatever team Alonso is on. So I just end up having to root for every Formula One team this time around. That's good. If you do JADOs, you got to call it Fat Albert. Yeah. I do want to increase our fuel capacity, dudes. That's one thing that I wanted. I didn't see a lot of, hang on. I don't know how much Delta V we have with 2 of these tanks and 4 Weasleys. I mean, the Weasleys are efficient, but they ain't that efficient. So, what I think I'll do is we'll go in here and we'll go on the wings. And up at the top of the plane, I think I'll do fuel nacelles like I did with my other plane. And we'll put them, we'll angle them right here, like this. Make sure that's not clipping into the fuselage. Okay, it is. All right. Okay. Yeah, that kind of is, but it's okay. Here, let me borrow those nose cones for a second. Okay, those aren't impeding on much. There's no wet wings, dude. Yeah, you can't put fuel in the wings, which is kind of bumming, but kind of like, oh, alright. But, whatever. It's no problem. We could do stuff like this, and it really doesn't look too bad. But, these are gonna have to be shifted forward because the cargo hold. Oh, no. Wingtip tanks? Tip tanks, dude? Like P80 style? And yes, this is placing in radial. That just looks silly. Drop tanks? I don't know, man. I don't like drop tanks, because that means you don't get part of your plane back. I don't know about you, I like getting all the plane back. I gotta think of something. Only if you drop them. Yeah. Just make them perma-drop tanks. Okay. What if we did... Here, let me raise the plane up a little bit, okay? Let's raise her up. Raise her up a little bit. What if we took something like this Mark II fuselage, right? And we put the Mark II right here in the center. Like that. Does that look okay? Is it clipping too far? camera. Yeah. Yeah, she's clipping a little bit. And then, what if we took the Mark II nose cones? Yeah, that's not gonna work. That was a good thought. Could do the bottom because you have a false floor. If we could fit tanks in there, yeah. Underneath the floorboards? Yeah. I don't know what fuel tanks we're gonna fit down there though, dudes. That's the problem. Raise the floor a little bit. Yeah. You know what? Let's see how much time we have with these things. Like, I didn't even bother to see like what the Delta V was. But yeah, let's see if it was me. Let's go for another flight. That's what I'm trying to say. All right, let's go. I want to see if it was me that caused that inverted control surface problem. All right, so these control surfaces here. That one deploys down. What about you? Deploy it down. Yep. Yep, that was me. I just got confused in the part action window. Okay, so we do have pretty primitive flaps, but flaps nonetheless. So it's saying we have 26,437 Delta V, which is kind of a weird way of saying that. But alright, let's see what this does. Okay, positive rate. Ooh, very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice, dudes. Hit delete, Winnie. Hit the delete key. It goes into docking mode. If you're in docking mode, your flight control surfaces, here, listen. Flight control surfaces don't work. Hit the delete key. You'll go back into normal mode. You could assign manual flaps to an action group, Firewolf. You don't even need to assign it to solar. I could bind it to an AG, and the flaps could deploy. You muted the music. I muted the music so you could hear me hitting the keys, guys. Not bad, dude. Where's the launch escape system? Alright, let's turn the SAS off and see what happens here. So now we have slight pitching down moment, which is good. So we just trim out the surfaces just a little bit. Very nice. No SAS on at all. Trim it down just a little bit. Where's the vertical speed? Vertical speed is right there. We're doing a 360 knots. That's it's pretty fast. How fast will it go? With a fixed wing, or with a straight wing design like this, Curtis, it shouldn't go very fast. But that's real aerodynamics, not necessarily KSP. Yeah, you can trim breakneck. Shut off SAS, hold left alt, and then trim out the surface that you want. So look, I need to dial in some pitch, right? Because we're nose down now. So let's left alt, hold S, and we dialed in a little bit more. And correct it with a control surface, and there you go. The trim, does trim work with SAS on, chillin'? Oh, it does now. In Kerbal 1, that didn't do that. How's pitch working for you? Just fine, Salamino. Yeah. Yeah, very good. Let's do a touch and go at the island runway. Here, throttle it back down a little bit. Reset trim. Thanks, Natch. Gracias, amigo. Yeah, the constant contrails are a little distracting. Alright. Give me the flaps. We're doing about 150 knots here. We can throttle back just a little bit. Yeah, I get multiple trails because I made a bunch of segmented wings. That's why we get so many of them. We're crop dusting the ocean. Bro said, give me the flaps. Give me the flaps. Give me the cash. Yeah, come on now. Give me the cash. Nice. Very good. Alright, we have visual on the runway here. How's it perform at high altitude? Untested, dude. Tower control authorized, touch and go on runway 9. Roger, island tower control. Clear for touch and go. An F-104? You want me to make a starfighter? Freaking Widowmaker? You know what? I could do with a little bit more yaw authority here. Let's switch this up to 10. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Very nice. Okay. Gear down. We're below 150 knots here. Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate. Pull up. Yeah, you could do that, Dave. Absolutely. Oh yeah, yard, maybe. You know what the cool part is? We could take a 5-meter payload bay and we could just make a bigger version of this plane with the procedural wings. You just make a bigger wing. It's a cool plane though. Yeah, we could. Yeah, you could just scale it up. Nothing saying you can't. Very nice. Very nice. Nose payload bay with a high mounted cockpit. Yeah, we could do that demo. Bank angle. I just clouds. Well, that's pretty neat. Yeah, we can just chill up here at, how fast are we going? 370 knots. That's pretty fast, man. It's 425 miles an hour. That's perfect. Perfect for a straight wing plane, actually. Really good. Are we? Maybe? I don't know, man. Like, in Kerbal, 2 fuel tanks like this isn't going to get you very far. Or 4 of them. But that we seem to have a very good amount of fuel here. Is this for the weekly challenge? It could be. Yeah, the cloud compression is no good. Here, let's go up. What plane is this? It's nothing, Leroy. It's based off of a couple of different designs, but I was just trying to make something durable. It's the 3rd flight. Yeah, it's a nice plane. Open the cargo bay. It didn't seem to affect us much. In reality, it would very much affect what's going on. Yeah, it does have like a P-38 C119 AW660 vibe going on here. Hey, DJ. I don't like the amount of trim that we have to dial in up here to get this thing to fly right. This is literally a de Havilland vampire. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it definitely has that vibe going on. That's a cool plane. But it's not exactly like that, yeah. Yeah, I tried throttling up the engines, Oculus. That seems to have done the job. Jeb is enjoying the flight, indeed. Structure could move forward some. Yeah, it's right on the center of mass though, dude. I don't know if we should do that. There's no interior view right now, Antoni. They're gonna add them into the game later. This is a good one though. I like this plane. You're sad now? We'll add them later. That one doesn't have it, but some of them have an interior. Some of them have windows, and you can see the Kerbals just chilling in there. But Marvin is taking a break. He just came back from Dooner. Will they all have windows at some point? I would assume so, yeah. No, Mac, that RCS is not being used. I disabled it and took the monopropellant away. I'm really torn. Should I wait to buy KSP2 or just get it now? I mean, Jin, if you buy it now, it's not like you're not going to be able to play a really good game later. I mean, I would say buy it now if you have the money to buy it now. But if you're, if you're a little bit cash strapped, don't worry about it. But you got to remember, Kerbal's rough right now, but this is rock bottom, dude. It's only going to get better from here. Is the desert runway even there, Habilis? I mean, we could fly out there and check, dudes, if you want. It's not there. Oh, that's a shame. You tried to find it, no luck? That sucks, shucks. But hey, I'd assume it's not there because you'll be able to make your own sooner rather than later. What's the ceiling? We're trying to find that out now. Oh, the way this game does fizz warp is so nice, dude. $8,200 in climbing. 83, 84, 85, 86, 88. It's over 9,000! $9,300 is 30,000 feet. That's really freaking high for Kerbal. I've always told people Kerbal is a lot smaller. 30,000 feet in KSP, guys. Like, if you could make a plane that can kind of hang around up here, 30,000 feet in KSP is like 100,000 feet, or not, maybe not 100, like 80,000 feet on Earth. That's really high for KSC or for KSP. Yep, we're above 30,000 feet. Yeah, I don't know what any of that is, Aqualux. This is my like third time flying it, dude. We gotta figure out what we made. Yeah, not wrong. Losing altitude a little bit. They need a performance patch so bad. I'm in 3 times fizz warp, Sim. Here, look. This is fine. But they did release the start of the patch notes for the next patch that's coming, so that's good. Hey, Verlig, have you run into a problem where your third stage is taking fuel from your second stage? Even with crossfeed off. I haven't run into it particularly, Ver, but it's definitely happening. I know that happens. 20 FPS on a 3080 Ti is not fine. Yeah, once again, okay. There's a lot of people that don't understand what simulation rate and what graphics card render rate is. So, guys, the frames in this game, notice how they're capped at 60 right now? Because that's simulation, all right? That's how fast we're simulating. That's the frames per second for the simulation. Because Kerbal is calculating the aerodynamics of this in real time, it's always going to slow down. KSP1 did the same thing. But if you notice how my camera movement is nice and smooth. See? That's the simulation frames. I'm getting 100 frames a second for the render. It can render this, no problem. That's, in fact, this is what it looks like with the graphics card. That's just graphics because we're not simulating anything right now because the simulation is paused. These frames right here aren't necessarily the frames that you're going to get from graphics. So saying like, oh, 20 FPS with a 3080 Ti is not that's not right. Because right now it's the processor that's the bottleneck for the simulation. Does that make any sense? So that's not like your end-all be-all of performance here. That's what your processor is doing right now. Now, if you want to say that right, the aerodynamic simulation, it seems like right now the aerodynamic simulation, from what I can tell, is being isolated to one core on your processor, and that's gonna mess things up a little bit, or not mess things up. It's gonna make things a little bit chunky at times, right? But you got to remember, simulation frames and actual graphics card render frame rate are two different things. Those are way two different things. This is the simulation up here. But if I pause it, note that the frames get capped out. My graphics card is having no problem rendering all this. That's not the bottleneck. The bottleneck is the simulation. It's processor, not graphics card. TLDR things in the next patch. All the glaring bugs seemingly should be fixed, like the big ones. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say that anybody's wrong. The game is in a very de-optimized or unoptimized state right now. You're absolutely right. But if you're gonna say that stuff, make sure you know what you're saying before you say it. You know what I mean? Yep. But yeah, Maverick, with that being said, I'm not trying to be like, oh, well, actually, you're wrong. No, you're absolutely right. Just make sure you know what you're saying when you say that, right? Because, no, dude, it needs to be optimized. Kerbal 2 is very rough. It's very rough right now. The simulation is okay. It's not the best. It's basically on par with KSP1. Maybe a little bit worse. But they'll optimize it. There's plenty of room for improvement here because the foundation for KSP2 is a lot better. Like they'll make it better. The simulation should be buttery smooth. A couple of months. Should be at least. Bring your pitch trim down to 0. Your ceiling is where you sit at cruise power with no extra trim or deflection. Okay, I reset the trim, dude. Any word on when the next update is coming? Well, Nate released the creative director for KSP, so the lead developer, or the lead director, released notes on the forums today, dudes. Here, I'll link it up. I'll link all that up for the people that want to see it. How do you set the trim? Hold left Alt and then WASD Q and E for the axis that you want to trim out. Here. Freeze the simulation tank. So, I'll type in the link into chat. You guys go see. All of the big glaring bugs, like the big ones, like KSC following you to orbit, that one is, should be patched out sooner rather than later. Let me just get rid of those. There we go. Is that a Matrix reference? Yeah. Aqualex, I really wish I had some AOI. If we could dial in some angle of incidence on this thing right now, that'd be really good. But I actually, you know what? I might be able to do it. Hold on. Yeah, it's gonna be a good update. Here, Aqualex, maybe if we deploy it, and we set the deploy angle down, right? Ooh, very good. Very nice. That patch list isn't complete, Verling. That's the thing to understand. The patch list is not complete. Nate says that at the end. They're gonna work on more. And I was actually talking with Nate yesterday. He said he didn't say necessarily that the patch list is gonna get bigger. He didn't tell that to me, but he told me about they know about like the physicsless part strut bug and stuff. So yeah, that's good. All right, chat, you have the controls. I'll be right back 1 second, okay? Let's go fly out to the desert, okay? You have the controls. I'll quick save just in case you screw up, all right? You have the controls. I'll be back 1 moment. All right. Hey, Ferenci had a raid. Thank you very much. Hey, you didn't crash it. Thanks, chat. Not for lack of trying? Yeah. They do be like that, don't they? Nice plane? Oh, thank you. Okay, Aqualus, I got you. Hey, Cosmic Impulse, what's up? I'm trying to attach a wing to the tip of another wing, but the wing looks upside down. Attach it to the top of the wing. Don't try to attach to the side. I ran into that problem as well. I did nothing to the plane. The plane looks amazing. All right. How far have we flown? We're out over the Kerbian... No, the Kerbian Ocean's over here. I forget what this ocean is called in game. But yeah, there's KSC over there. We're flying over to the desert. Everyone says go check out the desert biome, so we're not that far away. We're already over halfway there, and we can fizz warp with this. Fizz warp in this game is way better. Anyway, Ferenci, thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. People have been reporting that the desert base is not there anymore. I'm also kind of testing out the range of this plane. I don't think... We started out with like 26 or something. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure if... What is word? If we have good range here. Start with 24. Thank you, Truck. Yeah. Oh, I can see the desert over there. Have you seen the Unity presentation the OG devs did on KSV1? I'm sure I've seen it at some point, Maverick, but I don't recall off the top of my head exactly what you're referring to. Sky Captain, yeah. We'll really put the plane through its paces. Maverick, what's this? When was this video? Oh, 9 years ago. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. I think I've seen this before, dude, but I probably watched it 9 years ago, Mav. I don't know if I remember it too well. Yeah, Pine, you should be alright. Yeah, Aqualex, I know. I have a slight trim. Yeah, we're not set up completely well, but it's close, dude. It's very close. But it's pretty good considering we're in Fizz Warp right now. That's pretty damn good. An F4 hammer nails? Yeah, that shouldn't be too bad. I already did tell them that, Squall. I told them that yesterday. Yeah, maybe the 5 degrees where we had it is good, Aqualex. The 5 degrees where we had it initially might be better for high altitude. I mean, because this thing flies great down at low altitude, but we have to really dial in some some deploy angle trim on the back of this. The spruce goose is loose. So once again, if the frames look choppy for everybody, I'm in fizz warp right now, so it's simulating the game faster, like 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. We're going 2 to 3 times faster. What's that, Hellfish? Plymouth Duster with a BMW V12. Well, I don't hate that. That's pretty cool. Quick save? Alright. It won't let me go any further, Wreck. Or else I would. Alright, we're approaching Kerbindia. Why is it called Kerbindia? Well, it looks kind of like the Indian Peninsula. That one over there is Kerbafrica, because it looks like Africa. Wow, look at those hills. Those weren't there before. Dang, those are high mountains. Is it possible to mount a rocket on the plane and launch a rocket high above? Yeah, of course, better. Sure. I was actually thinking maybe it'd be fun to put this thing into like a huge climb, right? And then drop a rocket out the back and then launch it up into space. I thought that would be kind of cool. Can we inspect the mountains? Well, sure. Were you flying to a moon or a planet tonight? I wanted to really explore Kerbin this time, dummy, to be honest with you. I was really kind of messing with airplanes and stuff. Yeah, that's kind of where I wanted to mess with, what I wanted to mess with. Now I will say the procedural wings make this a lot easier. Let's go. Yeah, we'll go fly around the Kerbindian mountains. These mountains aren't really here. Wow, that one looks. Can't tell. Is that one bigger? Let's go over here. Yeah, we'll go down to this coastline here. Boom, boom. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your captain, EJ speaking. We're about to begin our initial descent into the Kerbindia area. Temperature is currently 20 C. Scattered clouds at 2,000 meters. Once again, we've got our initial descent into the area here. Have you down seeing the sights here momentarily. Once again, we know you have a choice in air travelers, and we thank you for flying EJ Air. In-flight crew, prepare for scenic overlook. Got pretty good visibility. I don't know, Dish. Yeah, we should be able to go over there, K3, and fly into these canyons and stuff. That's what I kind of want to do here. Chad, don't mind the co-pilot. Co-pilot just thinks the controls are his. You know, he's rocking the plane around. Ooh, Chad, this is the co-pilot. Pilot is in my name, and I can touch the controls if I want to. Boom, boom. The co-pilot's kind of being a jerk right now. Yeah, they are definitely my controls, and you can't touch them. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop it. Yes, weather guy. Yes, 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 yes. Stop hitting yourself. Stop it. Yeah, chat, this is the co-pilot, and I just wanted to say that they are my controls too, and I can touch them if I want to. Dong dong. Oh boy, that's pretty funny. Let's go fly along the coast here. Look at those mountains. This is some Sierra Nevada stuff right here. I want to get down to the coastline here and see how detailed this is. The air brakes aren't in the game, dude. We really don't have much deflection with these control surfaces, Pythos. I don't know, TLS. I forget the name of the small Kerbal river, but yeah. Turbulence always gives you the worst anxiety. Dak, I was actually telling this to another viewer, dude. Turbulence doesn't give me anxiety at all. And I know it's me. It's like, well, thanks, UJ. That really helps. No, dude. Think about it. If you didn't have turbulence, that means physics has stopped working. That means we don't have an atmosphere anymore. You're always going to get turbulent flow in the atmosphere. Always. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are smooth flights, and pilots do generally try to avoid the turbulent air. But if you weren't getting turbulence, that means, in some way, shape, and form, that would mean the plane is falling out of the sky. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a smooth flight. There's smooth flights, right? But you're always going to encounter some disrupted air up there. That's just the way it is. So turbulence is actually super reassuring to me, because that assures me that the atmosphere is still there. The more you know. That's right, 154, dude. Yep. See you last. What's up? Evening from the flight deck, folks. This is your captain speaking. I'm gonna ask you to bear with me. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. No, I'm not finishing that. Well, would you look at that? That's pretty, man. Let's circle around and then fly up this canyon, I think. I don't even know if the pyramid nor the desert is there, Phantom. Yeah, we're gonna have to find out. Physics doesn't exist. It never will. See, Aqualex down here, it flies perfect. Like, no moment whatsoever, no trim dialed in. She's perfect. You need to get through the canyon in 1 minute 30 or less. Oh boy. Little bit of pitch up moment. Do I still have these deployed? Ever played DCS? Well, yeah, sure, of course. Right there. It's because I was inverted. Dude, I could spend a good deal of time exploring Kerbal, I think. It's classified. I can tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. Alright, let's circle around. Wait. Oh, that's the scatterer. Those are trees down there. I was like, I think I see something. Yeah, Overcraft. They have the patch notes, or the start of the patch notes released. So, Overcraft, check my link in chat, dude. That's right from Nate. That was posted a couple hours ago.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
We get to the sub to Acros. Thanks, man. Down, 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 down. All right, hold on. Hold on. It's Rift. Thanks for the raid, buddy. Hold on. Why did it stop? Okay. Gas it. This is cool, man. Come on, Mav, do some of that pilot stuff. I don't think I can make this corner. Nope. Nope. We definitely can't. This plane cannot do that. Gotta make an F-14 now? What about a MiG-28, dude? Gotta make a MiG-28. You got into a 4G inverted dive with a MiG-28? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, sure, Apollo. Yeah, when we get done with the mission, dude, or when we get done flying around, just tell me. Yeah, about 2 meters. 2 meters? Goose, 2 meters? Yeah, 2 meters. What were you doing that close? Well, I was maintaining diplomatic relations. Let's give him the bird. You know, the finger. Oh, sorry, it just does that. Is there any more of this that we can explore? Any more canyons? No, it looks like we go out into the desert there. Is there a runway in the desert? I'm not sure, dude. Yeah, Shrub. It's a monster, isn't it? You know what I'm fairly impressed with, guys? This plane handles like a straight-wing plane. So straight-wing planes are very, very stable because of the way the air flows over the wing. Here, let me pause that for a second. A plane that's with straight wings is generally a lot more stable at lower speeds because of the way the wings cut into the air. If you look at the direction that the contrails are going, the contrails are basically going right over the wing. Now with a swept wing, you can get air sidestepping the wing. Now swept wings are better for higher speeds, but with swept wings you're going to get air that moves laterally over the wing, and that's no good. That's why they put like wing fences or winglets on planes, for instance. With a straight wing plane, it should be really, really stable at low speed. Low speed, low altitude, this thing should handle great. And it does, which is actually pretty cool. I'm not exactly sure how the aerodynamics are in this game, but I will tell you, this is handling like a straight wing plane would. It can cut into the air, it's really nice, really stable to fly. See how it's just a nice, easy turn like that? Oh, that would suck if we can't show Marvin anymore. Shuttle when? I don't know, man. Let's keep flying down the coast. See what we can see. Does it 154? Yeah, we did something like that. This plane is dialed though. It's really nice. It flies really well. Yes, and exactly, yeah. Or you could forward sweep, trap the vortice against the fuselage. But yeah, the Berkut in the X-29. There's a reason why they built planes to test it, and then promptly never did that again. There's a reason why they did that, and then promptly never did it again. Really, now I want to find more canyons to fly through. Dang it. Oh, wait, what's that? Oh, wait a minute. Is there like a river going through the canyon or something up here? Maybe that's just the shading. Damn. Oh, he's biased, Wheat. Oh, it's playing the You're Gonna Crash music. Whoop, whoop! Whoop, whoop! Terrain. Whoop, whoop! Terrain. Whoop, whoop! Terrain. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Minimums. Minimums. Space pack. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Oh, those dunes are actually there. I thought that was just normal map. Like, yeah, those dunes are there, dude. Wow, that's actually really neat. Oh yeah, they're there. Dude, the shadow though. Oh, come on now. Yeah, I thought those dunes were just a normal map. Nope, nope, they're dunes. That's really cool. No, this thing just sips fuel. Hey, Aviation Creations, how are you? Check out my Aviation Creation. I mean, we're making like, how fast are we going right now? Going 330 knots. About 200 feet off the ground. We are hauling, man. This plane's going real fast. Look at that, huh? That's pretty cool, man. Kyron, I told them about the soundtrack, and I actually asked Mike about soundtracks and stuff, and like, can we get the KSP soundtrack? And he said, yeah, we want to release the KSP soundtrack. He said there's one caveat though. And I'm like, what? Well, what's up? I'm like, dude, we need this music. And he's like, no, there's one thing. And I'm like, what's wrong? And he's like, it's not finished yet. And I'm like, oh. Captain Pop, what games from 1998 were you playing with this good of graphics, dude? What games are you playing, man? Alright, we got 12. We gotta go home. We have to RTV. I don't know. Maybe. Are those chemtrails? No, I'm crop dusting. I'm fertilizing the sand so bacon can grow. Actually, we're getting really nice frames right now. Yeah, we got bingo. We got to get out of here. Boom, boom. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. I hope you enjoyed your scenic overlook of the KSC desert area. We're going to now make our way back towards the Kerb African Peninsula here. If you will just return your train seat backs into the upright and lock position, we're going to ascend up out of here. Current time over there in at KSC is 8 p.m. at night, and we'll have you back there as soon as we can. Once again, we thank you for flying EJ Air. I know you have a choice with airliners. In multiplayer, Superbot, yeah, this is just a nice ironed out plane design, dude. That's the kind of the reason why I went with the straight wing and stuff, because I knew that this design was, like, in real life, this design was very, very, very stable. Like, we're not doing anything particularly crazy with this. Yeah, I don't know, that's maybe. Dude, I could sit here and fly along the coast all night. That would be so fun. That just tells me that this plane needs more fuel. It's got pretty damn good range for where it is, for what it is. I mean, we could basically, on a tank of gas, we could make it all the way to where the desert airfield was. I don't know what's over there now. Do a flip. I don't think I can, gamer, but here. What are you doing, EJ? Selling airplanes. A classic selling point. Yes, still. Indeed. Indeed. Dude. Alright. Look. I know there's problems with the game. Can we just sit here and appreciate the shading and lighting that's going on here? I mean, that's beautiful, man. That's really nice. Now, don't get me wrong. This isn't like super cutting edge RTX graphics. Like I get it. It's way better than KSP1, which is what I'm used to. It's way better than that. Digi, what's up, man? Visually, this game is dope, man. Can you stall on purpose and try to recover? Yeah, sure. Let me just get some altitude. Let me get some life insurance here, and I'll get back to you on that one. How about we do it when we get back over KSC? Digi, how you doing? I tried to look into that thing for you, dude. I couldn't really find much. I know it's a little late now, but yeah. Sorry about that. But, Digi, I do have these. I have these. Does that help? Does that make... I'll give you one if you want. No? Oh, of course, sweet. Hey, no stress, man. Figure's only a mild chance. Well, hey, it doesn't hurt to ask, right? Can I have one? I offered it to DigiWeather, guy. Get your hand off of it. Get the... Hey! You ate all... You guys suck. You're supposed to... Digi, you ate all of them. Oh. Outlanders, they come here, they steal all my Tim Tams. They no buy. What? Nobody buys. Ugh. A friend of mine says you're his favorite streamer, but what I can see, your aim is not very clean. In fact, I watched you play for multiple minutes now, and you did not get a single kill. What? What? Did a reference just go over my head, or am I just... I'm confused, man. I don't know what you want. No Kerbals. I don't kill Kerbals. I don't do that. This COD gameplay looks weird. KSP, Killer Shoot Program. This is a cargo plane. We're on a diplomatic mission. If this is a consular ship, then where is the ambassador? Ha! Yeah. Great copy pasta? That's awesome. Did I just fall for a copy pasta? That's freaking great. I love the internet. I'll have you know, chat, I graduated top of my class in the Navy SEALs. You're dead, kiddo. What were your references? A C-119 was the big reference, Sama. The missile knows where this chat is at all times. It knows this because it knows where this chat isn't. By subtracting where the chat is from where it isn't, it has developed a deviation which can be corrected by the MOD. Are we gonna get Wings Wednesdays back? I mean, Rezel, you can do some pretty baller stuff with the procedural wings, so... Shake the magic 8-ball. Survey says yes. Yeah, I definitely want to go and build more planes with this. I mean, look at this thing, dude. Enjoy the 1 million bits. Stars. I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid, man. Okay? I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid, okay? Yeah, Maxa, in KSP1 you could put flags, like on the wings and stuff. You could put logos and stuff. I thought that was cool. I think they should bring that back.
Discovery.
Dusty! Hey, gifted 5 subs. Thanks, man. Oh yeah, Rezel, I kind of want to do that. I kind of want to go down the helicopter rabbit hole and see what happens. What do you consider when placing fuel tanks, knowing they change throughout the mass changes throughout flight? Well, Spotch, my fuel tanks are right here, right here, right there, and right there. Now, why? Why would I do that? Well, when I consider fuel tanks, dude, I always put them equidistant on the center of mass. So see those two tanks? Where those two tanks come together, dude, is right where the center of mass of the plane is. So that way, as you know, you could drain all the fuel in the world, and the plane will still fly correctly. You're not shifting your center of mass forward and back. Now, don't get me wrong. If your fuel tanks are online and you have a high wing, your center of mass will go up a little bit, but that shouldn't affect pitch, yaw, and roll moment over the center of gravity of the plane because it's not moving forward, back, left, or right too much. That maybe will affect pitch moment a little bit, but you can trim out any deviation. I always try to put the fuel tanks right in line on the long axis like this with the center of mass. That's a really important thing to understand because if I had fuel tanks all up in the nose, right? And, you know, that my center of mass was lined up with my center of lift when the fuel tanks were full, that'd be great. But when the fuel tanks drain, your center of mass goes behind your center of lift and your plane's going to want to fly backwards. You really don't want that. Keep them on center, dude, and you can't lose. Once again, that's part of the reason why I went with this design. In reality, this plane would have wet wings, right? We'd fill up the wings with fuel. And, like, planes have wet wings, and the wings are right on the center of lift, right? Because they're the wings. You know, so they fill them up with fuel in real life. There's fuel tanks inside of the wings. Smart idea. Really smart idea, actually. We'll find a place to put in an auxiliary set, or we could go with drop tanks, do them, yeah. I mean, the plane has pretty damn good range by itself for a plane this small. I mean, once again, we flew all the way out here to the Kerbal Peninsula, right? And then we're flying back. That means on a one-way trip we could get over here. That's good range for an airplane. That's pretty damn good. How do I get better at using the procedural wings? Go slow, take your time, and figure out what you want to make. Center of lift, yeah, Spot, you kind of want your center of lift to be on your center of mass. Yeah, either like right on it or a little bit behind. It really depends on where you mount the engine. So like on a plane, like on let's say a generic plane. Let's take a 737 for instance, right? The 737, the center of lift is behind and below your center of mass. It's just like if your center of mass is like right here, your center of lift is right here. If the front of the plane's that way, it's like a 45-degree angle down. The reason why is because the engines are mounted underneath the wings. So when you throttle the engine, right? When you throttle the engines up, it naturally wants to bring the nose of the plane up. And that when the plane is nosed up like this, your center of lift and center of mass kind of not align, but they get close. And then what they do is on the rear elevators, they just trim it out a little bit or change the angle of incidence on the rear horizontal stabilizers to get the plane to fly perfectly straight. It's kind of a little bit of smoke and mirror action going on, but it does work. Yeah, like if we go in here and we look at kind of a hello, beautiful. We go in here and look at just a generic 737, right? Like the engines are mounted way low, and you know that the landing gear are behind the center of mass. So your center of mass is up here somewhere. And the wings are attached right here, so that means your center of lift is just a little ways behind it. Like, center of lift is probably right there, and then your center of mass is just a little bit ahead, and your center of thrust is below your center of mass. So when you throttle the engines, it makes the nose want to go up. But if you're really keen-eyed and you look at the 737, look at the back wings. On most modern passenger planes, that whole thing, the whole elevator can move up and down. You see there's a little track for it right there. See? That's called angle of incidence. You can change the angle of incidence to get the plane to fly right. This helps if you're carrying if you're carrying kind of an offset load a little bit, or you have a lot of people on the plane I mean, or you could just trim it to get the plane to fly correctly. See that? You can change the AOI on the rear wings, which is actually pretty cool. That's pretty smart. And that's why, like, this kind of design, 2 engines underneath the wings, with the wings on the bottom of the fuselage, is, like, generally the most stable that you can get. Hey, don't call my baby generic. Bro, 737s are one of the best airplanes ever devised by man. I don't care what anybody says. The 737s have been in continual production. 737 production outlasted the 747. That should tell you something. Am I right? Am I right, amigo? A320? Oh. Ugh. Imagine not having a flight yoke. 737s have been in continual production since 1968. And there is no stopping production. Production is still going. 747 came into production in 69 and they stopped it this year. 737 outlasted 747. How about that, huh? Pretty crazy, right? What's your favorite prop liner? Constellation, all day, hands down. E195s? E195s are okay. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't hate A320s. They're nice planes. I just like 737s. I'm a little bit of a Boeing fanboy. Have you done programming? Very basic stuff, Red Candy. Very basic stuff. I understand the logic behind how code works, but I'm not really good at writing it, dude. I wonder if they have load cells on the plane. I don't think they have load cells necessarily, Hellfish. I think it really has more to do with making sure people are evenly distributed on the airplane. Boeing currently has a back order of 4,600 737s. It's a great plane, 12 Bravo. What can I say, dude? It's one of the best. It's one of the best planes ever devised by man. Like, that thing has moved more people than pretty much every other airplane. I would say even more than the 747. Hey Ving, I'm just testing out my airplane here. We're making our way back to KSC. I love that we put the strobes on. What about the 787? Well, the 787 is really good. Don't get me wrong, Drix, but it doesn't have the legacy that the 73 does. But no, 737s, A330s, they're nice planes. Very nice planes. Sometimes when the plane is too empty, the airline places sandbags as ballast. Echo Juliet Sierra Alpha, turn right heading 135. Climb and maintain 8,000. There's no way there's been more A320s than 737s. I highly doubt that. Yeah, I'm not sure, 12, where the lights actually end up going, dude. Amazon loads tons of sandbags in the rear left underfloor cargo bay. Lenglin, I wonder why. Kumaya, get perms from the mods, then sure. Yeah, it's for balance, but I wonder why. You're counterbalancing against something. Red to port, green to starboard, white on rear. Okay. Yeah, awkward. If you're sub, you can post a link. Oh, dude, the fire, yeah, the fire plane. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome, dude. Engine rotation, maybe? Yeah, maybe. Echo Juliet, Sierra Alpha, third increase to 8,500. 85? Oh. Interesting, dude. Yeah, I've seen that plane. There's a 747 version of that, too. Dude, this is a pretty... KSP-2 is a pretty damn good flight simulator in its own respect. It's not bad, considering you can build the dang plane. Let me see Aqua Turtles. This is it. In fact, you can barely get this off the ground. Black, from what I can tell, the Arrow is quite nice, but I haven't done enough analysis on it to know if it's better than KSP-1. I don't know, but I'm sure on some planet this is really good. But your weak link is that this is Kerbal. It's the B222 to C40 eggs. You made a triplane. We're heading towards KSC. Yeah, we are. Good. All right, warp it. Have you played Flight Sim? Yeah, of course, man. B222 C420 K69 circus animals. Yeah, Erudite, we got the plane working. It flies really good, actually. Yeah, this is a nice dude. Look at you could look at the emissivity of the Juno. Look, you could see right into the combustor. Well, not really, but that's pretty rad. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, it's got 4 engines. This plane needs more lights. It's really hard to see in the dark. I gotta get the strobes right. So with the strobes, left is red, right is green, back is white. The tail, is that what I heard? I should probably know this. Yeah, dad joke, she flies great. Yeah, Digi, the air sim in this is quite nice, actually. Yeah, it's pretty good. Isn't it the same for boats? Right is green, back is red, left is red? And beacons top and bottom. Well, we could figure all that out. That's no problem. Green is right. 5 letters on each side. Okay, so right is green, left is red, white back, and then we need the beacons. We need the beacon on the top and the bottom of the plane, right? And then tail illumination too. We'll put all the wings on, or put all the lights on it, make it look sweet. Cool. Let's just get her back. Almost home. I actually think that the engines might be a little bit more efficient than they are in KSP-1, because, I mean, we have two 1.25 tanks on each side for so one tank per engine, and we've flown like an eighth of the way around Kerbal and back, which is pretty good. Oh, thank you. That's useful. I will move that over there. And even in Fizz Warp is quite good. You think there's any plan to implement in-wing fuel tanks? Justinius, I don't see why they couldn't. I don't see why they couldn't be able to, or they wouldn't be able to add that right to this. Any cargo? No, she's not flying with any cargo. Are we almost at KSC?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, we're almost there. UV Hyper! Fucking Mission Control, your go at throttle up. I can't see KSC in the damn clouds. Well, that's a thing. Yeah. I mean, I'm looking for lights on the ground. I can't see anything. Okay, Apollo. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait for the Kerbal announcement, huh? You can't make a base in game just yet, Red. That's not in the game. Hang on, guys. Brimo's calling me. Gliders will work, Jack. Yeah, sure.
Hi,
Hey, what's up?
am I in 3?
Yes. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Give me 1 second. Alright, where are we? Almost there. So what improvements does KSP2 have on KSP1? Right now, if you're comparing apples to apples math, I don't know. KSP1 is way more fleshed out, but KSP2 will grow into its own, man. The simulation should be better over time. The graphics are, right now, the graphics aren't even comparable, dude. The graphics in this game are unmatched to KSP1, like not even close. They're gonna optimize the simulation over time, so eventually you'll be able to do like higher part count stuff, you know. So, yeah, I mean, like if you're comparing apples to apples right now, there's not that much of a difference, but in the future, it'll be a lot better. Yeah, like KSP2 is gonna have multiplayer in it. That's a good example. The sound is way better right now. Yeah, the game is, the sounds in the game are fantastic. The graphics are 1,000 times better. Yeah. Don't forget the landing lights. Landing lights are in the gear. Bro, what's with the 9 FPS? Oh, I'm simulating, dude. We're it's 3 times the sim, 3 times the sim rate, dude. That's why it's so choppy right now. I'm basically going down here. I'm trying to line up with a runway here. KSC should be off to my left somewhere. Can you guys see it? But yeah, here, let me get out of now we're back in regular sim. How's that? Not bad, right? Send you a message on Discord. Okay. The clouds, for whatever reason, like if you look at the plane with the clouds in the background, it pixelates it out a little bit. I'm not 100% sure why it does that, but Mutter, thank you for the link as well. Man, that's the other thing that I noticed, dude. Dark is dark in this game. It's not regular KSP1 darkness. It's KSP2 Advanced Darkness! North End Gaming KSP1 was also $7. Dude, it's not 2011 anymore, homie. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, 50 is a little bit high for early access, I'll admit, but I mean, people are paying 70, 80 bucks for Call of Duty nowadays, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Darkness imprisoning me. All that I see, absolute horror. I cannot live. I cannot die. Trapped in this body, my hold is hell. I can't do that for too long. They get mad when you do that. Yeah, Sam. I don't know. Like, I understand in this, the way the economy is right now, that's kind of a high ask for 50 bucks. But I mean, I think you get what you pay for with KSP2, considering that the entire roadmap is going to be fleshed out. Like, the entire roadmap should be done with no DLCs, from what I understand. Like, I could be wrong about that, but no, like, paid DLC. So, like, multiplayer, interstellar travel, base building, that's all... You get all that for that $50, you know? Dude, that sounds like a good deal to me. I'm having fun with KSP. This is great. Landmines have taken my sight, taken my speech, taken my hearing, taken my arms, taken my legs. Let me with life in hell. You gotta have to put the at the end, or else it doesn't work. 41 kilometers out. Echo Juliet Sierra Alpha 154. We see you 40 kilometers due west of KSC. Altitude 4,000. Yeah! Thanks for the singing lesson? Yeah, sure, no problem. Why so many trails? It's because I made the wings, the procedural wings are... I didn't make one big procedural wing. To get flaps, Mason, I have 4 wings. So that one is the aileron, that one is a flap, that one is a flap, that one is a flap, and it ends up making a bunch of contrails. Or a bunch of thingamajiggers. Chemtrail. Jesus. Yeah, it is, Artyom. That's right. It's based off World War One. Yeah, that's what one is based off of. Yeah, Johnny Got His Gun. It's a fricked up musical, dude. Or is it musical? Musical, right? It was a musical, right? I forget. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, it's like a noir movie about World War One, right? Yeah, not a musical. Movie. Book, then movie, then song. Yeah. Okay. I mean, one's a good song. I always thought Master of Puppets was better, but what do I know? And Sad But True as well. That's one of my favorite Metallica songs. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow. Bow, da, da, da. Ride the Lightning. Now that's a good song. Have you listened to any new Metallica? No, I won't do that out of principle. 95. Yeah, I see it, 12. We'll check into that a little bit later. No, I don't like Metallica's stance on like DMCA and stuff. I really don't like that. DMCA is kind of there because of them. And as a content creator, that really screws me up. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the songs, I love the old stuff, like, but yeah, I ain't gonna do that, dude. I won't listen. Hard pass. You can go look it up, dudes. I don't want to talk about it on stream. I want to land this plane, okie dokie. Okay, let's speed things up here a little bit, huh? Yeah, Naster. Yeah, dude, that whole thing, that, man, like, so, you know, it's funny, it came full circle. Metallica was doing a thing, and they were streaming on Twitch, and they got DMCA'd by themselves for covering their song on Twitch. Did you guys see that? You guys remember that? They got DMCA by themselves. Their live stream got taken down on Twitch because they were streaming their music that's copyrighted. Just want to point that out. See what I'm talking about? And now, like, dude, I don't think you shouldn't be able to, like, support your own, like, dude, you should be able to make money off your intellectual property. That's not what this is about, just in case anybody's wondering. It's not about IP. It's about being able to claim something as your own with even, like, slight semblance of, you know, oh, this kind of is like my intellectual property. Or somebody listened to 30 seconds of their song, of my song, and now I deserve their entire revenue. Like, it's the fact that you can bypass the courts to claim somebody else's money. That's what I have a problem with. It screws me as a content creator sometimes, especially with uploading the vids to YouTube. But hey, you know what, dudes? That's too real. I've been trying not to get too real about things lately. Let's have some fun flying the plane, okay? See if we can bring this sucker in. Okay, flaps are down. Have you tried to make a helicopter yet? No. You know what's unreal? This plane. Indeed. I don't know, Erudite, maybe. Well, they somehow got it to work 95. Hey, Serial. It's been a minute, dude. How are you? Alright, let's take back the variable AOI. There we go. We're 12.5 out. How's KSP2 been? It looks great. Serial, it's rough. It's rough and it's a little bit buggy, but it's fun, dude. It's definitely Kerbal. It feels like KSP to me. How are you going to land in complete darkness? You know what, Judas? That's a really good question. Luckily, there's some debris on the runway on 27 or 9 left that I am using as a marker. Otherwise, it would have been really hard to find the runway. I can kind of see him out there. I don't know if you guys can see him. See, it's tough for me to see in the dark because I have lights shining in my face. I have the lights for the green screen and the lighting here. It's all shining in my face. It's really tough for me to see stuff. Echo Juliet, Sierra Alpha 154. This is Tower. You are cleared to land runway 9 right. Arrive straight in. I think I can see the VAB out there. So I think we should be good, I think. Boom, boom. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now on final approach here for KSC. If you just just take your tray and seat back and put them in the upright and locked position. I'll have you on the ground here momentarily. Current time is 8:07 p.m. at KSC. We got scattered clouds here, nice visibility above 3,000, but should have you on the ground here momentarily. If you just sit back, relax, just turn the train seat back to the upright and locked position. We know you have a choice in airlines. We thank you for flying EJ Air and hope to see you again soon. Marvin would never have an issue in the dark. Yeah. I hope the landing lights are as good as or as powerful as they are in KSP1, or else we're gonna have some real hard time seeing that runway. I can kind of see it. Yeah, I guess I could see a faint outline of lights there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, I can see it now. Alright, I have the runway. We're good. Kind of hard going on a nice approach with that damn hill right there, but hey, whatever. Come on, baby. Oh, it's like that movie Predator, but you know, instead of, you know, killing people, you're crapping. So, somebody asked me about how the plane performs in a stall. I would not go below 50 meters a second. Yeah. Plane's about to stall. Gotta give it some gas. Yeah, I've seen the camo bug, yeah. I love that Nate acknowledged it as Predator camo. What? We got a long runway. I'm gonna use all of it. Ah, stop it. What? Why? Why? Stop. 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 What are you doing? Can you, like, not do that, or? All right, let's... Hello? I'll just, you know, taxi across here. He just spent the night on the runway. Thanks, everyone. It's a good plane. K-100's a good plane. I did, Blueberry. You see they had the nacelle on there? Yeah, it's pretty good. Twin boom designs are always the best for looks. It is a cool looking plane. I like it. Yeah, we made it with good amount of fuel left over too, which is nice. I thought this thing would be too spaceshipy for a cockpit, but it's actually not too bad. Like, it kind of got a little bit of a spaceship vibe going there, but it doesn't look too bad. I don't know what's going on with the workspaces, Atlantic. I just make a new workspace for every craft file. I don't know what's going on with it. It looks sad. We discovered, yeah, I didn't discover it, Sarge, but we have a Kraken drive. Yeah, we figured it. I figured out how to make one this morning, but that was, somebody told me how to do it. That is an honest looking plane. Oh, thank you. That was a cool flight, man. This is fun, dude. Exploring Kerbal is cool. Okay. You should make the piggyback shuttle for the air launch challenge. Yeah. That's cool, man. This is cool that you can do this taxi around. Like, even having a taxiway is super cool. Hit V, Ascari. You should be able to change your view that way. If Airstream did planes, indeed. Not bad. Hey guys, I gotta make a phone call real quick if you don't mind. I'll be back in 1 second, alright? Enjoy Jeb, Bill, and Val doing things. I'll be back in a moment. All right, guys. Sorry about taking so many breaks today. Yeah, it's been busy. Needed to make a phone call there. All right, cool. Did the plane move around? I'm wondering if if the plane kind of... Wait, what's this? Oh, the jetpack. I'm wondering if the plane wanders around at all. Not even an inch? Oh, you have no idea how nice that is. Yeah, no ice ground anymore, dude. You don't know how good that is, man. It's such a relief. Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to see. If the thing that... Wait. If she does move around. Is it moving? Nope. Nice and still. Oh, that's really good. Also, that landing gear is backwards. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Okay, cool. You want to put the landing lights on this thing, dudes? Let's do it. Plane don't wiggle, it folds. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Alright. I wonder if the weekly challenges are being used as a way to get more community-focused testing on things. It might be. It's possible. My daughter's watching the stream with me and wanted to let you know that the Kerbals were dancing while you were away. What? They were dancing? Did you ask them to? I mean, they'll dance if you ask. I mean, they can dance if they want to. Like, that's fine. But kind of annoyed that they didn't ask me. I would dance with them. They can dance if they want to. They can leave their friends behind. 'Cause your friend don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine. Yep. You nav lights, beacon lights, landing lights. On the wheels and taxi. Yeah, okay, alright. Let's sorry. Suddenly safety dance. It's the safety dance. Ah! It's the safety dance. Scrubs OP, yeah. What if our kid wants to dance, Turk? Then what? He can dance if he wants to. He can leave his friends behind. Because the friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine. Followed for the safety dance? Alright. Hell yeah. Matt Abler, that's what I want to hear, man. Following for the safety dance. It's a safety dance. Oh! All right. Oh, boy. Do I have more coffee? I don't have more coffee. That dance wasn't as safe as they said it was. Huh. Yeah. I bet this landing hurt a little. What's that, goalie? Alright, let's see what we got here. Make more coffee? That's a good idea, Jonathan. Oh! Oh, that's a pucker moment. Oh, man. Yo, dude. Carrier has arrived. What kind of plane is that? Lufthansa. Is that Is that an A340? Jeez. Dude. Gust of wind right there. It's an A340? I don't think it's an A380, Doom. I think it's a 340. It's narrow body, dude. 3 landing gear. See, an A340 would have 4. So, yeah, A340. A340s are cool planes. Dude. Freaking pucker moment. So, what I can tell here, that's a gust of wind. Big crosswind right there. Right as you go to land. And it looks like there's a gust of wind, right? If I'm looking at this correctly. That's a huge gust of wind, and the pilot rolled right to compensate. And the gust of wind went away right when he rolled right, and it banged the right gear into the ground. Oof. 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 Oh. Yeah, the windsock. Yeah, that's right. Wind is definitely blowing. You definitely got a crosswind there. Yep. Oh, yeah. That's a pucker moment right there. Dude, oh my god. See, that right there is, yeah, exactly. Arcos, that's why you reinforce the wing box. Like, I was telling people about it when I made this plane earlier, that I made sure that this part, and these parts are, like, super strong. There's a bunch of struts that hold this whole thing together. Like, you could see them in here. See, I have a bunch of struts in there that hold everything. Because that needs to be strong because of that. Because of stuff like that. Yeah, there you go, Rex. Have you ever seen when they build the plane and do the wing test on them? Yeah, Brimstone. The 154 test. Yeah, I think I have that teed up. Or at least I did. 154. Yeah. It's a meme in this stream, dude. 154. 150. Alright. Let's get the lights on this plane and then we'll go. Alright, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. So those lights, these lights wouldn't be blinking if it's a white light, but wait, what's that, Bandit? Yeah, 154. Such a good video. The white lights would be blinking. Okay. So this light right behind it would need to be green, right? This is a green one on the right wing. Alright, so no blink on this one, and that one's got to be green. It must be green, okay? 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 Alright, flip this around like that. You know what? Maybe we'll put that right there. Cool. And it should be front and side facing. Oh. Yeah, okay, so the green light has to go forward, huh? And the strobes have to go back like that. Can they go any brighter? No, not really. Alright, so that one's got to be green, right? But see, what we got to do now is I got to take this out of symmetry. We have to take one, have it be green, and then place one over here. And then this one's got to go in that same spot, right? But that one's got to be red. Red on the left, green on the right. Left. Up. There we go. Yeah, Aqualex, I got you. I got you. Oh, okay. Yeah, alright, cool. Sweet, we're learning about beacon lights today. Oh, Death, if I did that, I would never hear the end of it. We'll take the blinky lights, put them over there. Now, give me a copy of the blinky boy. We'll put that over here, right? We gotta, one's gotta go on top, and then another blinky boy's gotta go on the tail. Cool. No blinking on top. Top and bottom are red. See Shardy's link. It's a good PDF. Okay. Shardy's. For those who need. Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, it's right off the FAA. Yeah, we could get pretty hardcore with this, huh? Cool. The anti-collision lights are red on the top, right? They're red. They're not blinky boys. They're red. Red beacons are blinky boys. Okay, cool. Okay, that makes that easy. All right, cool. Can we, I'm wondering, can we, like, how fancy can we get with this? Oh, dude, you know what? I want those for the beacon lights. I want this. Yeah, dude. Not Marvin's eyes. They're not Marvin eyes. They're beacon lights. Marvin doesn't blink. Obviously. There's no career mode in the game right now. Shas ruled. Yeah, no career mode in the game right now, but it's coming. It'll be there in the future. Don't worry. Oh yeah, that's cool. That's cool. You know what? Let's see if we can... That thing doesn't look to be very powerful. Yeah, no, I don't like that. Any idea what would cause a very subtle roll to the left? Something is probably not strutted, dude. That would be my guess. Nah. If I remember correctly, the light strips are actually pretty strong. Let's see if we can get some tail illumination with them. Yeah. Okay. The beacons are the brightest? That thing, Yarg? Yeah? Okay. Because we need some interior lighting, too. Cool. There's a bug with the lights that they're going to fix in the patch. Cool. Alright, let's put this thing out again. Let's see what happens. I don't think you can attach a piece to this and have it animate with it, but then again, that's a KSP1 rule, so I don't... That's awesome. That's so good, dude. I think the blink rate on the beacons, though, is a little slow. They need to go a little bit faster. Cool. All right, let's back it out and let's get some landing lights. Yeah, 0.7 seems to be about right. 40 to 100 a minute if I can remember correctly. Need a white strobe on the tail. Out like on top of the rudders. Blink rate, blink rate, blink rate. Pull up. It has to face aft? Okay. Now, I don't think you can radially attach stuff here. Nope. Can't radial to the cargo hold, which kind of sucks. But hey, it is what it is. I know that these lights are super freaking powerful, so they'll make great freaking landing lights. Oh, this has a pitch angle on it, huh? Oh, well that's handy. Those never had that before. Cool. All right. Why the bottom panel sticking out? I don't know. That's not ideal. And my struts that were up here are gone. Yeah, who knows when that happened. That's weird. Huh? Fixed now. KSB1 had them. That's not what I said. But alright. I don't think it had the pitch. I don't remember that unless they added it and I never noticed. Could have been that too, I suppose, but all right. Let's see. Okay, Mutter, I see it. Does the size and shape of the components affect flight dynamics? Yes. Yes, it does. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Like, this is a straight wing plane. I don't have a swept wing. Definitely affects how it flies. I mean, I'd have to compare it to a similar thing, but oh, those lights are way too powerful, dude. Yeah, okay. I see. So yeah, Largo, it absolutely does. If you have a swept wing, it's going to fly differently than a straight wing. Yeah, where you place your engines absolutely matters. Landing gear, that matters. Flaps, all that. Elevators. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, it's not like a super high fidelity simulation. We're not talking like flight simulation, but good enough to get the point across. Good enough to where you could, if you know a little bit about planes, you can make your own vehicle and it'll look good. It'll work. Yeah, Yarg, let me get that beacon light, dude. Hi, did you find any new and interesting features in KSP? Yeah. Yeah, Cos. You want to see something cool? Watch this. So this is my KA-100, right? Airplane. It's cool, right? Watch this. So, I didn't discover this. It was told to me, but watch, ready? Take the entire plane. I'm going to hit Control-C. Right? Control-C. We hit Control-V. Check it out. You can copy stuff in the editor. Pretty cool, huh? Now, want to see something really crazy? Watch this. If I go into Notepad Plus and hit New, or just any notepad, and hit Paste, it pastes the freaking file. It pastes the JSON file. So, here's the bananas thing. This is another craft file. It's a rocket, right? Copy that text, go back into KSP, and hit Paste. That is cool. That's cool. That part is dope. Yeah. So on my Discord, I have a craft file exchange, and you can literally just post the text to your craft file in my Discord, and everybody shares the craft files. Isn't that sick, dude? It's bananas. It's so cool. So like, you guys want this plane? I can take it. I can copy it right now, and I can post it on my Discord, and boom, there you go. Shut up. No, dude, it's freaking sick, right? Like, here, copy. Look, paste. 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 Right? And then you go in here, delete all that, paste. Boom. There's the craft file right there. Go into Discord, paste it. Boom. Craft file. Here, I'll do that right now. I'll go onto my Discord. You guys want it? I just got to make a, I got to take a picture of the thing. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Got to take a picture of it so people know what the frick it is.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That is one of the cooler editor features, dude, that I've found. I know, it's the ghetto way of doing it, and I know there's better ways to do it, but whatever, this works. So I can do this. If I go over here, new post. Now, I'll go back in here, select this, copy, go in here, enter a message, paste the message. Now, go back over here, get the URL for that, paste that in there. KSP2, plane helicopter, post, done. Now it's up on my Discord with that picture. Now anybody can download it. Yeah, that is so handy. Craft file sharing is unbelievable. It's really, really freaking cool. So I just saved the plane. I just sent the plane off with all the lights that we just put on it. What's the coolest new thing you found on the planet? There are things on the planets already, Drac. You gotta go looking for them, but they're there. It screwed that panel up again. Oh yeah, very nice landing lights. Cool. You guys might need to fix the panel on the bottom. But, yeah. Why did they say nothing about this ever? Striker, I don't think that was supposed to... Like, I don't think it's supposed to do that. I think that's just by coincidence. But I could be wrong. I'd have to ask. Yeah, make sure with the plane that you fix that craft file, and then you gotta run struts from there to there. There we go. You just get rid of that. That's fine. That's fine. That'll hold it all together. Yeah, the devs aren't good enough to make that on purpose. I wouldn't say that in the least, Caristo. Yeah, I wouldn't say that in the least. I think that's a really naive thing to think. That's just me, though. Cool. Where's the Discord link? Exclamation point Discord, and then KSP2 craft sharing. Anyway. Did you notice the difference between aerodynamics? Judas, I haven't done enough flying in KSP to know, like, if this is, like, good. Like, I haven't been able to weigh it too much. All I know is that this plane flies, and it flies pretty dang well. It needs more fuel tanks, but... Here, let's slide around with the lights. V1, rotate, we got positive rate. Dude, the lights though, that's sick. Yeah, I did deploy all those with one button. I turned on all the lights, I shut the landing lights off though. You can set them to action groups if you want. Are the wings the fuselage, or is it like KSP1? You don't have wet wings right now. There aren't wet wings in the game. I really hope they can add that. You can add that, you know, wet wings to the game. Like if you make a procedural wing and it's a certain size, it'll calculate the volume and be able to figure out how much liquid fuel is in there. Like I really hope they do something like that. Because this plane would be really, really cool if it had wet wings. Like, procedural wet wings would be, like, just amazing. No, I didn't add it, Aqualux. You could just deploy the wing, dude. Whoa. Game deleted my struts. The game deleted the struts. Look. Yeah, we got flutter on the rear stabilizers. Throttle it back, bring it back. Yeah, when you copy, the struts get deleted. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah, this has no struts in it. You see how it was immediately apparent? Oh, that is just a wobbly mess. Alright, well, we'll have some fun here while we're at it. Hey, Bill. Where'd the cockpit go? Oh my god, he's in the back of the fuselage! Open the bay! Open the door! Bill! Do you have a parachute? Uh-oh. This is fine. Nope. Nope. Narrator. It wasn't fine. Yeah, EVAing inside of the plane right now causes, some issues. It causes some problems. Yeah, the game undid all my struts. Maybe I have an older version, because it'd be easier to place the lights than it would be to place the struts. 847, let's try that one. Are all my struts still there? Nope. Well, that one's 842. Let's try that one. Nope. Oh, that means the one... That means the one that I just put up on Kerbal... The one that we just put up there is really not good. Hey. Alright, well, let's try... Okay, so there's the triangulated struts. Now we gotta put the struts back in to hold this whole wing together. So... that sucks. That means the wing struts aren't there either. Which... yeah, whatever. I can build this again in 2 seconds. I know exactly what I did. I hate copying struts. I can't stand it. Because after you copy the strut, if it's not what you want and you delete it, it defaults the camera back to root part. Yeah, you're gonna have to, if you want that plane to work right, you're gonna have to go through and do all these struts over again, which kind of sucks, but... that means the struts inside of the plane aren't there either. Oh man, I worked so freaking hard on this thing too. Oh, I copied it again! EJ, stop it! Just update your post? How? By copying the file? Won't that break it? Copy is fine. Don't paste it in the same workplace. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. And then the last set of struts was from payload bay to wings. That shouldn't be too hard. Fortunately, I remembered. I never lose my struts. Okay. I remembered where it needs to go. Chat. Remember, Kerbal struts drive me nuts. I copied it again. Oh, frick. I hate the I don't like the copy strut thing. That's really annoying. And that just comes in wrong every time, so that's good. I hate these struts. It's the smell, isn't it? There we go. Alright, save it. Save. Take this, copy it. How do I edit that post? You know what? That's probably something I'll do off stream. Oh, there we go. I figured it out. Ooh, it does not like that. It didn't like pasting that. My other computer's frozen. Plate is uneven. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Wow. Anyway. Yeah, I broke Discord. I broke Discord. Alright, guys. Hey, listen. I gotta get up in the morning, dude. I have a meeting with my accountant. Gotta get the taxes figured out, dude, because, yeah. Taxes for streamers are always a pain in the butt. I don't mean to dip out early on a Friday night. I really don't like doing that, but, yeah. Gotta take care of that, dude. So, tomorrow, I'm, tomorrow I'm taking that day off, and I'm probably going to grab Sunday, too. The next time you're going to see me is probably on Monday. So, yeah. I'll see you guys then. Yeah, I don't want to take a day off right now, though, dude. I want to come back and play more KSP. Especially, now I want to mess with planes, but it is what it is. So, guys, enjoy the weekend. I will be back with more KSP content on Monday, okay? Just wanted to say how cool it was that you could copy a plane and fly it in a minute flat. Right, Casimir? That's pretty cool. It's a pretty awesome thing. My Discord is still broken. Yep, I broke the Discord pretty badly. Gonna need to go over there and restart. But anyway, let's see who we can raid, guys. And we'll go from there. Let's see. Prograde or retrograde towards my other craft. I have a couple of docking tutorials. If you type in !KSP tips into chat, you can load up how to do all that. KSP2 tips, excuse me. Sorry, there's a 2 in there. KSP tips is not going to bring anything. Yeah, there you go. Ducklington, you got the command. Sorry about that, guys. My bad, my bad. Let's see. All right. Okay, Aqualix, yeah. Let me just look around here. Kind of wanted to see what Middle Ditch is up to again. That GTIRP is fun, dude. So let's go over there. Let's go over there and raid Middle Ditch. Let's see what he's up to. He's doing some RDRRP and it's damn funny, dude. So let's go see what's going on over there. I want to raid him. And yeah, let's go over there and get a big raid going. Big raid. And we'll roll from there. Thank you very much for watching, guys. Have a great weekend. And I'll see you guys on Monday. We'll hit it guns blazing again, dude. It's going to be fun. Thanks for watching, everybody. Have a good night.